entombed for 3,000 years, wrath growing in me. I have lived an eternity, suspended in darkness. Release me. Condemned and bound, the sands of time have run out. Curtis fills the room, curiously open my tomb. Rising from the cradle of death, my sentence has come to an end. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me, release me. My curse is your curse, death is the gift I bring. Revenge in my hands, I feel no remorse. This is the mummy's curse. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me.
vilest of thoughts, watching your every move. I'm obsessed with you. Twisted thoughts erupting and slowly decaying. My jealousy, my envy is tearing me apart. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
masquerading as a child
a
of
monster
light.
with his cruel needs, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Slithering around the murky green swamp, voodoo priests enchanting the dance, making deals in the dark. The laughing spirits and all that they haunt. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of
monster
light.
with his cruel needs, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
A foul smell in the air, potions fill my lair, deception lurking and waiting, with envy in my eye. My spirits ascend to spy. Voodoo is the ritual. Odor fills the room. Smoke-stained walls, and the energy is gloom. A wicked man and his wicked deeds.
Masquerading as a child
A
of light.
monster with his cruel needs.
He cannot
As he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Twisting the truth, for there is none in me. Weaving dark magic all through the night. Tears of envy, my jealousy ignites. Darkness encasing alive at night. My lying tongue grows fatter with every deceitful breath. My soul is rotting and it tastes like death. A wicked man and his wicked deeds.
Masquerading as a child
A
of light.
monster with his cruel needs.
He cannot
As he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
The cloaked deceit. This is my life, I'm doomed to repeat. A treacherous heart, envy growing in me. I wish I was you, with everything that I do. A wicked man and his wicked deeds.
Masquerading as a child
A
of light.
monster with his cruel needs.
He cannot
As he
fight.
dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Reaching out to the filthiest of scum. Wishing I was him, not the man I become. The sickness in me, I'm a lunatic disease. Traitors and manipulators, part of my flock. We twist the truth and dance in the dark. The flames of hell are licking my feet.
Good will prevail. You will all fail.
Oh, that song is Envy. That's Envy. It was written by Nelly. And she's got another one she's already written, and she's ahead of me because I'm trying to still write a book. I have 4 books. Only 2 have been published, and the other 2 probably never will. I like to thank for that, okay? Because what you did really, okay, just let you know. Thanks a lot. All you had to do is tell the story, risk your life. I don't know why it was such a big deal. You know, little life risking. What happened? People are scared to risk their lives nowadays. They're always like, my life, my life. What happened to just not caring and throwing it all out there? Dying like a soldier. I'm kidding. No, she really was, you know, and the other guy, you know, I you know, between me and Barton and Garetano, we were pretty convinced of their, you know, but you never know. You know, they'll all be working for the freaking dark side for all we know. We don't know. I don't think they are. But so what we got going on tonight, folks, you know, I don't know, man. It's there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to unwrap. So some good things have happened lately, you know, in my life, but also some very bad things, you know, dour things. I don't want to get too, I can't really talk about it. You know, there's some things I just can't talk about, but let's say that legally things are moving along. And I feel confident within the next, probably by the end of this summer, I'll be over for certain people, and I won't have to deal with it. But I will say this: I am doing everything I can to keep the show going, but it is high stress right now in my life, extremely high stress, and so it is become of the utmost importance that I eat right and work out, which I'm doing neither naturally because I'm working too much. So it's one of those things where, it's like I know what I got to do, you know. I'm not eating like complete junk. I don't eat sweets, so that helps. But, I just haven't been able to eat like I should, and I haven't been able to work out as much as I should, so I'm feeling like crap. I worked out in 3 days. So I got to try to do it tonight, but I've been running around all over the place in the heat. So what that does is it makes you tired enough to where you can barely get into the gym to work out, but it doesn't do nothing to help you lose weight. It's just you're just done here. Let's see who we got here. Monica, what's going on? I see you still don't have a Paranormal Roundtable hat. Let me get some earbuds on so I can hear your excuses. Hold on, let me see what's going on here.
You need to write them down.
I need to do what?
You need to write them down.
Right.
Excuses for not having a Paranormal Roundtable hat.
I'm going to write everybody up that don't have a Paranormal Roundtable. I wrote up my waitress today. Then I'm like, excuse me, why are you not in uniform? And she was like, I am. I work here. I was like, I don't see a Paranormal Roundtable hat on your head.
Or t-shirt.
No tip.
Or hoodie.
That's it. That is ridiculous.
It is unacceptable, sir.
Unacceptable. We shouldn't talk too much. We were accused of cringe flirting.
You and I?
Yeah. Can you believe that? We were accused of cringe flirting. Is that how you just wolf and this girl cringe flirting?
Go back
to the guy that wrote that was his IQ is probably 86. He's like with the crayon. Yeah, it was it's like whatever, dude. I told my wife about that. And she started laughing. She was like, "You're married. Monica's married, and she's seen flirting. It's not flirting." She says, but she does say that I need to be nicer to you. She says I'm too hard on you. I said, "Well, I'm playing around." I mean, you're not like
you can't take the heat. Get out of the studio. So.
That's right. There's a guy that I'm not going to say too much, but he's one of our clients. He works for one of our clients, and he's from another country. And he's not Islamic, I can say that, but he does not like his boss because she's a woman.
Well, yeah, I run into that.
She's very short, and he said that in his country, he doesn't take orders from females. So she told us she would like to for us to start reporting everything he does, but she's done a lot. He's gotten real crappy with me, and I was like, oh, thank goodness, because I would love to write this guy up every day. So a little tattletale. I'm like Cartman. I'm like, yeah.
You will respect my authority.
Respect my authority. Who's the teacher now? He is so rude. He doesn't like Tony. He picks at Tony.
Really?
Yeah. Tony's on patrol. It's a patrol route. So Tony goes in there on patrol, and he is so mean to Tony. I don't know what his deal is. He's just so ugly to him. So I went in there to use the restroom one day when I was on the route, and he goes, Who are you? Who are you? And I said, I said, whatever, dude. I just walked in to use the restroom. I'm coming back out, and he's like, excuse me. He talks just like that. And I was like, I turned around and I was like, yes. And he goes, you walk away from me. You don't just walk away from me. I was like, okay, I just did. And I just left. So then on my second hit, I go in there, and he was like being volatile again. And I said, why are you never where you're supposed to be? You're never up here where I can check in with you. And he's like, why? I said, well, because I'm supposed to write down if you're not up here.
Yeah.
So he didn't like that. So he tried to make up some excuse. He said I littered in the back of the building. I'm like, what?
Prove it.
Yeah. I told the manager, I said, you can clearly see on camera that I did not litter. I did take a poop. I did actually poop back there. I
dug down behind the dumpster where you couldn't see all of it. So
no, I just did it right there in front by the pool. I was just like, what? I was like, whatever, right there on camera, and I gave the finger. Did you not see me? I was waving. He's like, oh, okay, never mind. I thought maybe you were throwing a piece of paper out on the ground or something. So
oh my gosh.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, we're flirting, folks. I'm talking about
Yeah,
pooping
the
behind a
cringe
hotel.
flirt. Yeah,
Cringe flirting with the poop in the hotel or whatever.
that's it.
There we go.
'Cause-
Abe, do you want to be a part of the cringe flirting? What's going
Yeah.
on, cringy?
How you doing? How you doing?
You doing good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Let's bring Joe on. Joe, what is going on, my brother?
Oh,
What up?
What up, man? So we're cringe flirting here. You know, that's what you do when you flirt with a girl. You talk about taking a poop behind a hotel.
it's nothing like
Nothing
attracts
turns
girls
them on
like
quicker.
pooping behind dumpsters.
That's exactly right. You know, you call them over there. Come here. Look at
What I
this.
did.
Look at this. What I did.
So,
Look what
there's
I
a lot
can
of
do.
numbers, so that would be a number 2, right?
Number 2, for sure. But I got to get that hat from the SpongeBob. The number 1. He was number 1. What is it? Yegi Schmitty Jaegerman Jensen. I got to get the number 1 hat with the Schmitty Jaegerman Jensen. All right.
Did you
I'm gonna
just
get one
assume
made
my-
that says it.
Did you just
What?
assume my poop number?
So my poop has pronouns, right? It, brown, it, whatever. So no, this guy he doesn't like females. Like he doesn't like to take orders from them. And she's the nicest person. I mean, she's a very nice person. And we had a talk with her a few days ago, and so we figured out some things. He'd been up there not doing his job and then making up stories about us. I was like, wow. And usually I stay out of their domestic squabbles or whatever, but this situation here, I was like, nah, man. Guy's been really rude to me. He was rude to my partner too, my business partner, and I don't like that. He's like I said, he's kind of like my dad. I don't like people mess with him because he's a nice guy. He's nicer than me. Like the clients with me. What happens is that they won't pay, and then he'll go in there. He'll be like, "I'll take care of it." He'll go in there. They owe him $13,000. He'll come out with more responsibilities and no money. Well, now they want us to take out the trash and go in and sweep people's apartments. I think it's a good move for us. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think we should start taking people's bikes. But no, he'll be like he's a nice guy, right? And then that's what ends up happening. But for me, like it's that scene in Sopranos where Arnie's trying to get that guy to pay him, and he opens the door, and he's going to tell Arnie something, and instead it's what's his name standing there, Furio. He's just like cracking his knuckles, like, oh, you thought it was going to be Arnie? No, it's me. I'm here to collect. Because I had to do that recently. With one of these clients, it was just like real uppity, not and I said, I know everything. You're going to tell me, they don't complain until they got to pay. And then all of a sudden for 4 months, all these things your guards did,
Right.
they were picking their nose and whatever, you didn't say anything until we gave you a bill. Once the bill
That's how
comes,
it
it's
works.
like, crazy. But that's the business, man. That's what you're in. But I'm also doing a build starting Monday, so that's going to be interesting. I'm going to channel my inner Monica. All I ever see on these like builds when they're doing remodeling is somebody walks in with a cup of Joe and they're like, yeah, so the wood goes over there and you got some nails. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now. And that's kind of what you do, right?
No, well, I don't walk in with a cup of Joe. I walk in with a notepad and I point out everything my superintendent missed.
Wow, that's
and then
it?
I ask them what the plan is moving forward. And then they tell me things that are completely out of order. And I ask them, what happens when you go to, put the floors in when you don't have the walls, or, they do crap like
People never underestimate the power of stupidity in people. It is really bad.
yeah, the order of operation's a little jumbled on occasion. So
Yeah, it's people. You would think, okay, so I was talking about this last night on Blondes and Booze, and this is a very real thing. Folks, we're just waiting for the chat to fill up a little bit. Here's what I saw. I went out to Lago, where I think that's the last frontier. It's the last place around Austin anyway that's going to be built up. So there's a bunch of people moving out because they know a bunch of people are going to be moving in. Now, once you see a McDonald's pop up somewhere, that's when there's going to be growth. It's going to be growth like a tumor. or Walmart, or a Lowe's or a Home Depot, then everybody's building out there. Like in Hutto, and you know this, Joe. There wasn't nothing in Hutto ever, and then all of a sudden, Lowe's and Home Depot showed up and tracked housing like a mofo. That's all it was.
I was just
Hutto,
out
the
there.
land without water. They buy their water from Taylor, my hometown.
Really?
Yeah, and then their city limits are stretched out so far. Like them and Taylor, there's like 2 feet in between the cities. Like you walk out of Hutto, you walk right into Taylor. So and there ain't nothing out there. They just want to have the city limits so they can tax everybody. I don't know why the county lets them do it, but they do it. Well, what's crazy though, they don't know water. But as soon as the Home Depot and the Lowe's show up, there's gonna be, it's gonna be rolling. So thank you for that, Ridge Runner. Thank you for that donation. He says, "Sorry, I'm late." Hey man, you gave us a donation. You can be late. Other people cannot. I'm writing people up with my notepad, like Monica, walking in with my notepad. I'm gonna do that on Monday with my notepad and my coffee. I don't drink coffee. I'm just gonna walk around with hot water. How are you doing? How are you doing, Latinos? How are you doing? Working hard. Okay, Javier. They don't know their name. They just know Javier and Juan. Like literally.
Come on now.
I used to work with a guy that did that. I'm not joking.
I believe you, but I know my worker's name.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about these bigoted people I used to work with. When there was this one guy, he would come in there, and I'm not going to say his full name or whatever. I'll just call him Cam. But he would walk in there, and he would just call all the Hispanic people by the same name. I'm not joking. There were 3 names he knew. And I asked him about it. I said, "Why do you do that?" And he goes, "Well, I don't know. I figured I'd get it right eventually." So, he was did not care. He did not care. Worked for a very large nationwide construction company. He was very racist. And I was just like, what in the hell? And, so one day he was talking to me about it, and then he heard me go, hey. And I said something in Spanish to one of those guys. And he goes, "Oh, you speak really good Spanish." I said, "Well, I should. My mother's Mexican." And he was like, immediately thinking about all the things he had told me about Mexicans. And I was like, whatever, dude, that's on you, man. I'm just doing my job, sir. I'm going to be on the other side of the building if you want. Is it okay for me to put the hat on my head? Okay, thank you, sir. And then I walked off. Later on, he was like, "Hey, there's no hard feelings, right?" I'm like, "I don't know. Ask my mom." I don't know if she was here. She's probably upset at some of the things you said, but
There's some.
it seems like Hispanic people are the one group you can just make fun of all day. Like them and Asians, like you can't say anything about the others, but you can say whatever you want about Hispanics or Asians, and Arabs too, because they're hated. Everybody, so there's just like, don't say anything in their defense, because then you're a Muslim apologist. So this guy says, "Josh just received my shirt and wanted to say thanks. Thank you for being a listener. Appreciate everybody who listens. And if you're picked, don't forget to become a member, folks. It's only like $5, I think. It's like $5. And it keeps us from having to put things behind a paywall." So I want to ask you a question, Monica. You doing what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever run across anything ghostly, spooky, scary?
Oh yeah. I had a warehouse that I had to remodel. It was a distribution warehouse that had been abandoned for a while. And the ghost of about 10,000 rats inhabited that place.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm talking about. We only
I'm
have
kidding. I'm
so much
totally
time on
kidding.
the show. Quit wasting time and tell us the spooky.
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
don't need this
wasting
crap.
time. Are you sure?
We don't need no education.
Quit cringe flirting with me, Josh.
Quit cringe flirt. Josh is here. We go. This is exactly what it is right here. Josh is an Islamic sleep. Oh, I guess he's saying sleeper cell, super spy. I go and I report back. I'm like, we are this close. We must destroy them. I sounded more like a Russian. I don't know, something. I'm some sort of super, or like, we must destroy them. That's a German. I don't know. How do you do? They're always the same. All right, I did after me, Lucky Charms. There's always the same bad guys. I was watching Peaky Blinders, and it's like the IRA. I'm like, okay, yeah. Okay. Anybody that's England's enemy, they're like, the world has had enough. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You're an island. You've had enough. So people, you're mad. Like, and that's funny. They were doing that. Like they were talking about Idi Amin. And they were like, once he hijacked that plane, the world had enough. I was like, it wasn't enough that he was throwing people to crocodiles and eating people. It was like he had to attack somebody, you know, that and then it was enough, you know, like, oh, before that, it was like, he's just killing Africans. They'll make more, don't worry. Nobody cared. Nobody gave a crap. It's just like Churchill, like he could commit genocide, you know, in Africa, and they're just like, oh, well, he won the war. It's all that matters. He killed those evil baddies. But you remember, that's another thing. Let's not talk about that because then I become a N-word Nazi.
What?
Don't talk about it. Yeah, I'm a Nazi sympathizer, according to my enemies. And because I said that the Soviets did not attack Dresden like the West, then I became a communist. So, you know, it depends on what day it is. That's what they call me. Satanic. Some of them say satanicist, which is can't even get what are you? You know, like, hey, he's a satanicist. It's a cross between an anarchist and if a Satanist and an anarchist had a baby, that would be a satanicist. I'm assuming. They also said I was a Catholic and a Jesuit. I get this one guy, he emails me. He goes, I've been watching your Jesuit activities. I know you work for the Vatican. Like, he's convinced. He's like, I know you think you're somebody. I was like, okay, whatever. You know, and one of our enemies used to call us the super friends, me and Abe and Bettina, and it's like you and the super friends. like meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
The Legion of Doom.
I want to be one of the Wonder Twins.
Yeah, well, there you go. You can. We just need you and Nelly can be the Wonder Twins.
There we
go.
go.
It has to be a male.
Twin power activate.
Yeah,
Right.
who would we be with? Who would we be with Wonder Twins? Who would be the Wonder Twins? It would be you. How about Tex? You're always on his show.
Sure.
You and Tex are the Wonder.
The worst Wonder Twins ever.
The worst ever. The worst ever. Tex is just like, you go ahead and handle it, Monica. I'm good. He's just like, I'm gonna finish these nachos. And when these nachos are done, they're still standing. I'm gonna help you. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna help you. Like, don't count on it. So I was on Blondes and Booze last night, and Krista was already down there at the conference.
I know.
And I saw this shadow go by, and I was like, what the heck? And she nodded her head. So it wasn't a shadow person. Then I saw BMR go and sit down. I was like, he's looking kind of buff. He's looking like Michael Chiklis. Like, he was wearing a white shirt. And he didn't look like heavy. He just looked like he's kind of
Working out.
Yeah, he's like he's working out or something, man. Looking like Michael Chiklis. Michael Chiklis from The Shield.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite actors. I actually communicated with him very briefly. So I sent him a link to my show, and he said, okay. I'm like, we were talking. I mean, like, we talk regularly, me and him. I'm like, hey, check out my show. And he's like, okay. You know, and then we were going to talk about all kinds of other stuff, from the Fantastic Four to The Shield, but we didn't. But we will. It's in the works. No, he was on strike not too long ago. And he's one of those guys who really does, like, interact with his fans. He's good about that.
That's good.
He's actually a good dude. Miguel Guedes says, I'm a little late. I had to go see Man Bear Pig about a dog man for a future PRT play I want to put together on Broadway. I had Josh and Anthony and Tony and guests. All my favorite paratroopers. All hell PRT. Love you guys. Love you too, man. So what do y'all want to talk about? Because here we got the 300 people now. My thing is I'm kind of playing off of what Monica talks about on Thursdays, because I mean, yeah, I didn't see it last night, but I mean,
I didn't do it last night.
Yeah, I didn't see it. You didn't do it?
Didn't do it.
Okay. So what did you have planned?
Well, as everybody knows, I don't really pre-plan my shows very often.
I thought you did. I thought you had like something, like you always have notes or something like you were doing.
Well, yeah, I do show notes about 30 minutes before I go on. It's all stuff that I just, is rattling around up here. So I have to organize it. Otherwise it would be even more chaotic than it is. I was going to talk about superstitions last night.
So you trying to sound smart now? Huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you doing?
Yes.
See, guys, that's what we got here. We got a young lady who thinks she's the smart one. Say, me, Joe, and Abe were men. All right, young lady? All right. Now, when we talk, you
I'll
listen.
go make coffee and biscuits and
Ain't nobody asking for biscuits, but you can go ahead and make coffee. I'll take mine a light beige. Figure it out.
But not too light and not too
Not too
sweet.
light, not too sweet. I don't, yeah, exactly. Got it. You're good at this. So Superstitions is in how?
Well, there's this book that I had a long time ago. Tex and I were just bouncing stuff off of each other a few weeks ago, and I was like, I have this book on superstitions, and it's really interesting. It just goes through alphabetically all the different superstitions just around the world and their meanings and where they come from. It's pretty cool. Like the knock on wood, you knock on wood for good luck. That is Scandinavian, right? And
Wood god. Yep.
yeah, the wood elves. You're asking them to come out and
Yep.
make sure that
There's actually a god though that's like a humanoid type guy, and he's green, and you knock on the wood, but he has elves, kind of like Santa Claus.
Mhm.
But though elves can also be very vicious too.
yeah,
They're not
like
really
most
nice.
they can go either way. They
Mhm.
can be very helpful or they can be very not helpful.
And they always start off kind of being nice, and then it turns into that you offend them somehow every way,
They're
every time.
easily offended.
Right,
Easily.
and that's their whole point. They're there to be offended.
Yeah. And they can, murder your livestock and generally wreak havoc in your life because that's what they really want to do.
They do.
So don't put welcome mats out. Don't put fairy houses in your yard. Don't say thank you for no reason to people you don't know. Like a lot of people get in the habit of, signing off that, via email or just, in talking. Well, if somebody says, well, thanks, for helping me out, and you just, instead of saying you're welcome, you just reply with no, thank you. Or you just say thanks as a habit that will make that they think that they did something and now you owe them.
That's most
Just
people
like
now.
County.
Yeah. Well, the Fae's little evil influence is just seeping right on into our minds.
Well, I mean, people that take DMT, they end up in the land of the elf.
I believe that.
And so and they say that your brain releases a large amount of that as you die. So who knows what's going on? Why does it take you to this place where they exist?
Hmm?
I mean, Joe, do you have any ideas? Joe, come on, Joe.
Well, I mean, I do know about the brain secreting DMT when you pass, and I think, because there is a big connection between the visualizations that people have whenever they hallucinate, they go down the tunnel, so it's kind of like same as commonality with the tunnel that you go down. Also, the geometric shapes and all that stuff, so. I mean, I can see the connection, how it would be, but I don't know, man. And that's also how much faith you put into these after death experiences when people come back. Because I've heard some other go all the way as far as like there was a daughter and a mother and their daughter, and they're driving down the highway, and all of a sudden their car just violently gets thrown off the road. And whenever she died, she said that she saw these alien-like beings, which is also in a DMT, state. And they said that they're about chaos and order, and that they actually had like a physical marble, and they chunked it at her on this little map, and that's what hit the car and caused the car to go over. But on the same note, so it goes, okay, that's pretty off, compared to most after death experiences. But they did say that, so they were like, yeah, your daughter's still caught underneath the water, and people were dragging her up onto the shore at that time and trying to revive her. And they said that your daughter's going to be dead, but we're going to tell you how to tell you what to tell the doctors on how to save her. And so apparently she did, and it saved her daughter's life. So that goes with knowledge. But then again, if whenever people do a lot of that stuff, you know, when they're like on, I forgot what that was on, one of those shows, kind of like I think it was called To Death and Back or something like that. And she wrote books on it and stuff like that. So then you go, okay, are we doing this for, you know, a little taste of fame or a little, you know, dollar here, dollar there? Because that sounds very different from, you know, a lot of people, they go and they see their family, or they'll see, you know, Christ or Moses, or, you know, religious, religious figure, and not so much good and bad, you know. I think the ones where people go and they see the you know, hell side of it is more scary and intriguing than the same, oh, I was walking in a tunnel of light and I saw my grandma there, you know, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I mean, I can see the connection, you know, and it is apparently a fact that
I think people that see the hell side of it, one of the problems for them, and it's something that comes up over and over and over again, is that they couldn't forgive and they can't love. You know, because people say things all the time. They're like, I hate that guy. I hate. But some people really mean it. Like, they really, when they say they hate, they really mean that they hate. Like, I don't even think I'm capable of like really fully hating someone. I have people that have done some really, really gnarly things, and not just to make people I care about, but even then, I don't let them make me hate them. Because when you stoop to that level, you're basically giving over to the dark side. You're giving up, and you're saying, you know what? I'm gonna let my hatred consume me, and I'm gonna go to hell for you.
Yeah,
It's not something I'm willing to do.
I've seen both sides of heaven and hell. The time that I seen hell was when I was fighting in Elms Grove. All these manifestations that were happening of dog men, Bigfoots, goat men, shadow beings, lechusas, witches. I mean, I was seeing all kinds of things, and you're talking about forgiveness. Well, that's one thing I did. There was this man, you know, that tried to take my life when I was in 5th grade, you know, with a machete. He was an ex Vietnam vet, and he was a policeman. But to make a long story short, you know, when I was in Elms Grove, when I was fighting all these things that were coming at me spiritually, I seen one. Then he was laughing. He was laughing just like that man. So I called my aunt to see if this man still lived. And they said he already passed away. He had been passed away for about 2-3 years. So I forgave him, you know, so he could be able to go wherever, you know, his destination is. The day that I forgave him, you know, I feel different, because forgiveness is part of love. And that evening, there's two of them appeared in my room. There's dark shadow figures, and this was speaking to me, I guess, spiritually. I'm not going to say telepathically, I'll say spiritually. And they took me to a location, which was hell, or wherever they come from, where the souls were being tortured. You could see fire and lava. You could see like souls in cages and torture devices, how they torture the people. And then I seen how they looked, you know, and they said they have many names. But one of the names that they mentioned was the tormentors. They were called tormentors, but they're called many other names. And this, seeing how they looked, and then they said, "Do you want to know our names?" And I didn't say nothing to them. You know, I was just seeing everything. Next thing you know, I'm back in my room. And they're still standing there in front of me. And they tell me, "We want you to do something for us. So if you do this for us, we won't mess with none of your family members. But you got to do something for us." I didn't say nothing. I was just listening to what they were saying. And they said, "We want you to take your life." So when they said that, you know, I had already forgiven that guy. So my love foundation was stronger. And I said, first of all, my loved ones are protected by Jesus Christ. And I take authority over you at this time in Jesus Christ's name. When I said that, oof, they went through the wall, like got out of my room, But basically, Brother Josh said, forgiveness is part of love. When, they're trying to get me to take my life, which is giving up, suicide, I wonder how many people that have died from suicide has been influenced in that way by these demons, that they influence them that way, that they give them, they threaten them some kind of way, and the person is already going through something, they haven't forgiven, so that they're it's part of the destruction of that vessel, when they come at you that way, because they think that you're still have those spiritual openings. But when I forgave, I closed all the spiritual openings. I know what they're about, which they can possess people. Like I was telling, I always talk about this, if you got anger in your heart, you got unforgiveness, you got fear, you start believing in other things, it's those demons, they have the free spiritual opening. You say you have those floor mats, welcome, that's an invite into your home, right?
Mhm.
But when somebody gives up in life, that's a automatic wide opening, and they all come in because they want to destroy you because you're giving up in life, and that's what happens to a lot of those individuals. I feel that maybe they don't want to give up in life. They might say they're giving life, but when you're saying it, you're allowing it in, and which they possess, destroy the vessel. Next thing you know, the person is gone, and people are like, hey, he was a good guy, we always talked to him. He never seemed like he was suicidal or nothing like that. But if you got an opening, I believe, and I've seen the other side where is a lot greater than what I was shown in hell. Just put it that way. Where I was, because I crossed over, and I was walking up this golden stairs, and there was a platform and a bright light that I couldn't see because it blinded me. But I could see the silhouette of someone up there, pretty big silhouette. When I crossed over, I had a blood clot in my left leg. I was at King Daughter's Hospital. They sent me there, and
Is that in
I'm
Temple?
somewhere. Yeah, in Temple. I'm
Daughters,
somewhere.
yeah, whatever that's at.
That doesn't even exist no more. I get up there. They tell me I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. I'm somewhere else. I already left my body, and I'm up there, and this voice, that speaks to me sounds like Mother Nature, lightning, like anything that is dealing with Mother Nature. That's the way the voice sounded, right? And they asked me, how did you get this far? You're not supposed to be this far. And the only thing that was in my mind, I ain't gonna say my mind, but my spirit, because my spirit said, I want to be with my son, because it was a pure love, right? Then that voice said, then what are you doing here? So he granted me to come back, like basically it wasn't my time. So I was able to come back. When I came back, I could see the stars, the universe. I could see Earth below me. So I went through the stars and the universe, through the atmosphere, through the air, into the building, into my body that was literally like having convulsions, and the eyes were already rolled back white. I went back in my body. When I came to, the curtain open. I didn't have to open my eyes because my eyes were already open, so my eyesight came automatically. The doctor that was there, he had a smile on his face, but when he see me, his smile turned into fear, and he hauled ass out of the room, like took off running out of the room. And the same guy that told me I was going to be there for 2 weeks. Next thing you know, there's RNs. They're telling me to get my stuff and get out of there. And to get out of there, they literally run me off, And I was like all out of it, because they had injected me with, I guess, blood thinners. And I'm like, why are they running me out, So throughout, after, when I left, I pulled to the side of the road. I thought I was sweating, but when I looked, there was blood coming out of my tear ducts, my nose, and my mouth. Somebody, my sister's mother-in-law called me. She didn't understand what I was saying. I was mumbling. So then my sister called me, and she couldn't understand what I was saying. The only thing is she said, I remember that she said, I'll be waiting, you know. I don't even know how I got home. All I know, I made it home. How? I don't know. But that night I fought for my life, you know, where there was like 6 big reapers, I guess you could say, death rippers. They were reaching for me. They were skeleton. I see my sister run and jump on the bed, and she started praying, right? So I'm swinging at this death reapers or whatever, and then I say, hey, where's your faith? So I started praying with my sister. When I started praying for my sister, the rippers left, right? My sister said that she seen them. That's why she ran and jumped on the bed, because she seen them standing in my room. And that's why she went into prayer. When I went back to the VA, because the VA had sent me to King Daughter because they had no room for me at the VA. I went back to the VA. The VA tells me, there's no way they can make a mistake like this. And I was like, what do you mean? Because, you know, I had to do INR. They said, you have 11.9 blood thinner in your system. There's no way they can make this kind of mistake. When I was at the King Daughters, it was a Friday, so Monday, and my blood thinner was real high, you know. It says no way they can make this mistake. Your organs are shut off. So I remember when I was groggy, where they made me sign a piece of paper, and I guess the piece of paper was for my organs. That made me grab my hand and made me, you know, sign the paper that they had done all these checks on. So I tried to go back there to get my paperwork. They wouldn't give it to me at the King Daughters. So after that, you know, certain events happened where one was I was at a restaurant with my son, and I still had the blood clot in my leg. And this lady was looking at me, and she was looking at me real ugly. And she said, I know who you are. And she just said, it's your fault. He's not alive. And it's like, who are you, man? It said, I'm a RN. I mean, I'm a nurse. I was there. You should say, it's your fault he's gone. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I said, what the VA told me, that y'all try to do this to me. So I'm going to give you a chance to leave. I'm going to give you the chance you didn't give me. You know, that's what I told them. She left. I had a neighbor that moved in. He was a veteran. And another lady that lived where I lived, she said she was there at the King Daughters Hospital. She looked at me and she said, there's no way you should be alive. I was like, what do you mean? She said, you were clinically dead for 20 minutes. There's no way you should be alive. And that's all she told me. Next thing you know, I start getting rocks being thrown at my house from the new neighbor. He started getting me in trouble at the office. He had his nephew, niece move in with him. So then one day I just went up to him, say, hey, can I talk to you real quick? You know, you're a veteran, I'm a veteran. He said, why are you trying to get me in trouble with the people here in the office? He looked at me and he said, it's your fault. My brother is dead. You know, I was like, man, I don't even know who your brother is. Then he said, yes, you do. I said, who's your brother? He said, my brother is the doctor that seen you at King Daughters. I said, how is it my fault that he died? You know, he took his own life. He committed suicide. The day that he took off running, he committed suicide. He took his own life. So he was blaming me for his brother's death. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to let you avenge your brother's death. So, but you got to remember one thing. I'm more sure you know what your brother tried to do to me, and probably did this to many and was successful. I'm going to let you avenge your brother's death, but I got to avenge what he tried to do to me on you. Man, that day, he got his stuff and moved out, right? He took off. Basically what I'm saying is that I've seen how hell looks. I'm not interested or impressed with what's in hell. The only thing I know that what I witnessed with Jesus Christ and how everything unraveled itself, it's like somebody had to die. I got blessed to come back to be amongst the living, even though I was clinically dead for 20 minutes. And the person, 7 times fold, when somebody's trying to do something wrong to somebody, it always goes back to the people that are, you could call them black widows at hospitals, right? When they're taking out lives, because that's what they're paid to do, to kill people for the organs. Well, that guy got the 7 times fold. And the demons, they took him. Somebody had to pay. Now I got blessed to come back to the living, so they took somebody, and they took that guy. By how? Suicide. Took his own life. I'm more sure that he got scared as hell when he see somebody that was dead for 20 minutes. Then I'm looking at him, because it's not about mankind, what mankind wants to do. It's up to our Creator whether I'm worthy of still being alive or not. And I was shown that I was worthy to continue to be amongst the living. He knew then that there is a Creator, that there is a higher power, and I'm more sure that all the people he done killed, right, he's gonna have to pay for that. So he couldn't handle it, and he took his own life. And ever since that time, the guy moved out. I never heard from him again. True story. One wants to take you by your own will, by trying to convince you or threaten you that they have some kind of power over you, in which they don't got power over you, because they're already fallen. The power that you have through Jesus Christ, through faith, is a lot greater than anything that's falling, anything that anybody worships. It's a lot greater. I'm just here to. I'm a proof of that. Because I've seen both sides, and I wasn't on drugs. Maybe the blood thinner, maybe in the hospital, might have had something, but the nurse said I was clinically dead for 20 minutes. That's why the doctor was happy that he was going to collect the organs at the paper that I signed. But I'm still here. He's not here. I'm here. I'm just sharing my experience with y'all. I wasn't impressed with they call themselves the tormentors. I seen the torture that we're doing was to the souls that they have trapped down there, which the flesh was coming on and coming off, coming on and coming on. It's like everlasting torture. But I would figure because if it's a soul that they got captured down there, I guess it must have been something evil, right? So they have full control of it. But we, since we're children of God, we have our own, our spirit is able to get out of certain situations. You just can't belittle yourself. Don't think you have certain abilities, because those abilities are within us through Jesus Christ. That's why I always get targeted, whether it's by brujos, freaking black widows, doctors, they know, they keep everything on record. They know that I was clinically dead for 20 minutes. They never wanted to give me my records back, my records of what happened to me that day, And they tell you you're there for 2 weeks, and they kick you off the following day, But there's some wicked people out there. But when you have the Heavenly Father on your side, here I am. I'm just sharing my story with y'all. I'm not impressed. I mean, even though they can manifest to look like however, any kind of manifestations to take, or mimic any kind of voices. I know one thing, that so long I'm attend my love foundation and I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, they're gone. They're below me. I'm not going to give them the power. It's when you give them the power. I'm talking about demons. When you give them the power that they're greater than you, they have more power over you. That's when you set up yourself for failure. Because in all actuality, you're stronger than anything that's fallen. Lucifer, the demons, the people that the devil and the witchcraft and necromancy, pharaohs. We can go all the way through we could go all the way down to the beginning. you know, beginning in time. But we're stronger than that, you know. Never underestimate the your spirit. You know, like Brother Josh was saying earlier, that he was feeling a certain way because he hasn't worked out like he works out because he's been working a lot. You know, it's his spirit telling him, letting him know, hey, do it, do the workout. You know, that's why I post my picture like this all the time, same picture every day, because there's days that I feel pain from accidents in the military, but I still manage to do the workout with my cup of coffee like this. No, I'm just playing. I'm sorry that I was going off there, but yeah, you never understand. Everybody is somebody. Don't let nobody say that you're nobody or belittle you or come at you in a negative way. Just push the negativity away and know your self-worth. Basically, that's all I'm saying.
You're muted, Josh.
I knew that. I was just testing y'all. Y'all passed, just so you know. Good job. It's funny because in the Bible, and I've said this many times, like in the New Testament, Jesus calls himself the Son of Man over 80 times. Like he calls himself that. And it's crazy because the demons never referred to him as the Son of Man. And read all the other books that aren't in there too. I mean, it's most of the time like he'll call himself the Son of Man, and they don't like it. They will call him directly as the Son of God. They don't call him God. And Jesus doesn't tell us to worship him. That's another thing that some Christians do. They're like, I worship Jesus. And I'm like, why? Jesus didn't tell you to worship him. You worship God through Christ. Christ is like the emissary. He's the intermediary. And here's the thing. Some of these so-called Christians, these fundamentalists, they'll sit there and argue with you all day long, and they're completely wrong, but they don't care, and they'll do the most wicked things to prove their point. Here's what I'm going to say: if your life is not right with Christ, and this isn't here, I'm not here to preach to you, okay? Although sometimes it happens. The devil and hell and all these different things, these are relative terms depending on who you are. What I'm going to say is if you were to die right now and you were not in Christ, you could end up in one of multiple realms that are hell. Hell is not one place. Hell is a tiered state of being, and it's tailor-made, believe me. And so you may have something that's been stalking you for decades, and then when you die, it's able to pounce and snatch your soul up. If you are someone who is plagued by demonic dreams, and then you know what, be real careful, because when you die, those demons, those devils are waiting to take you to their land. Not all of these places are the punishment hell that you think of as the punishment hell. There are different ones, different names, different places. Hades is the name of one. Tartarus is the name of another. And the tormentors, as he was talking about, those exist in the abyss, and then different chasms and versions of it. There's an inner earth hell. There's an outer space hell. I'm not joking. People do not grasp this at all. They live in this little bubble. There used to be a show called Tales from the Dark Side, and I always thought that the intro was so interesting. And it says, man lives in the world, and I don't remember what all the guys said, but he was basically saying that we're all full of crap, and that we live in this little sugar-coated world, but there is a dark side. And that dark side is very real. It's not just possible or probable. It is tangible to me. Like, I can feel it. It's there. But the good side is there too. Now it's up to you to be, prepared. Be prepared for it. And that's what you got to do. It's very simple. Like Abe says, like Joe has said, you need to be prepared, and being prepared is that you are in Christ. When you're in Christ and you're where you're supposed to be, then when you die, these beings can't drag you down to whatever tormented land that they're going to take you to, because the ultimate hell, the lake of fire, there's different versions of it, but there is one that is a complete. Okay. And then it says that actually God is going to destroy hell. He's going to destroy it. He's going to throw hell into the lake of fire. So that means that your place of torment will eventually be devoured by the lake of fire. So most preachers, I'm going to be very honest, 90% of them probably don't know a damn thing about the Bible. Even the book that they profess to be preaching from, they don't know, because they're taking the 501c. And that's just to get the tax exempt status. So that means that they're not going to preach anything that will offend the powers that be. But Jesus tells us that these are the bad guys, the principalities in high places. A good rule of thumb is whoever they're telling you is the evil bad guy all the time, nonstop, that's probably not the bad guy. Because the people that are in charge, they're going to prop up and put up the POSs with a little bit of truth sprinkled in just so you buy into it. That's what they do. And these preachers do it too. I've argued with so many preachers, I couldn't stay at a church because I was just like, dude, you're wrong. And they're, and they would get mad. They get mad and they went, oh, don't come back to my church. Well, good, because I'm not going to. You were not overburdened with an abundance of education. I could see that, and I'm good. I'm not going to be at your church because this is what you do. I told multiple people in one church when I was young, my mother used to go there, and I said there were multiple hells, and he's like, there's one hell, and that hell is where you are sent when you die. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, no, there's not. And I told him, I said, you're probably going to go there, so you'll be there before me. Let me know. Come back and tell me. You won't be able to, because you'll be stuck there because of all the bullcrap. And so what ends up happening, these people, when they die and they see these, and it's not a very simple thing, but I'm going to tell you, I have been given countless NDEs, and not all of them, but I've been given them, but I've read countless, put it that way. And I've been given quite a few dozen probably, NDE, OBEs, where people have ended up in a hell realm, but they're not all the same. And now this one lady, she was like, well, I saw hell. She's like, my brother-in-law saw hell, but it was different. It was totally different. And I was like, that's because it depended on who grabbed you and took you. She goes, well, it all comes from the devil. And I'm like, yeah, but who is the devil? See, because there's not just one devil. The Shaitan have their own little fiefdoms and kingdoms, just like the Fae have the Seelie court and the Unseelie court. There have been people who have gone out of their bodies and been drugged to the Unseelie court, and guess what? It's just like hell. These little tormentor machine elves told this one guy, his name was like Hathaway or something. It was a case I read about, and forgive me, I can't remember exactly. It might have been in one of
so the Fae or elves,
Ellen Guiley's books. Do what?
The Fae or elves?
Not necessarily. The Fae are fairies, elves, and just different types of sub.
Oh, okay. They come from the fairy land.
Yeah, that
No.
land, there's a realm that they come from, and it's the fourth density. But just like our world, there's this vastness to it. It's like Minecraft. There's a vastness to their world. There's the fourth density is a huge realm. So it's like somebody says, well, somebody told me this. He was very adamant. He goes, I've been there. And I'm not going to say any names, Chuck Larson, but it really made me mad because he just kept arguing with me. And I was like, look, dude, you are wrong. You're wrong. And he's like, no, I'm not. I've been there. I said, that's like say, okay, you've been to Earth. What part of Earth? Well, I was in Syria. Okay. Mm-hmm. All the women there wear a burqa. So all the women of Earth look like that. That's like, and I told him, I said, Chuck, you're wrong. I shouldn't have said his name, Chuck Larson. But it made me mad that he kept arguing with me, and this guy is actually not a bad guy, but he's annoying. I told you I was going to give you a shout out. There it is. So He works at the mall. He works at the mall. He sells shoes. He's a nice guy, but he was arguing with me, and I didn't like it. I said, "Look, I don't like it. You're arguing with me." I was like, you know, and then I was like, "I'm just playing. Jesus loves you, but you know what? You are. You're a bad guy." It's called negative positive reinforcement. It works. Trust me. It's going to catch on. So I told this guy, I said, "Look, you know, it's not correct. You went there. You saw one aspect of it. You know, that's like you take this hat." And you saw, and this is all you see. This the 50th anniversary, whatever. And he's like, "Well, that's what it is. That's what it says on the hat." Yeah, but what about this part? There's a front to it too. Did you see that? Well, I didn't see that. I saw the other part. So I believe in that, but not that. I had a Bigfoot guy the other day. I saw Bigfoot. I believe in Bigfoot. Dogman's not real. Dogman.
Chief.
I said, "Look, I'm not gonna say his name. Y'all probably know who he is." I said, "Look, I have seen it. Well, yeah, but I don't believe it because I haven't seen him." I said, "Have you seen dinosaurs? Do you believe in dinosaurs?" I don't know. I've never seen one. So what if you're born blind? You never saw the color blue. Does that mean it doesn't exist? But do you know that that's a weird thing too? Do you know that about 4,000 years ago, our ancestors didn't see the color blue? That's what a lot of scientists are saying now because they had
I've
no
heard
word
that.
for it. Yeah, because their eyes didn't, ocular. The world is different every time. Every time it comes back, it's a different place. We're not living in the same place because whether people want to believe in evolution or not, but things evolve. Not necessarily, I'm talking about animals, but like things evolve. Somebody invents a certain type of automobile and everything flows from that. So what if somebody invented something that looks totally different in another realm? Then everything flows from that. You see what I'm saying? Thank you, Sugar Britches, for caring about me. I'm starting to think nobody cared about me, but that's fine. Nobody loves me. I don't care anymore. I give up. I'm going to let the machine elves never take me, ever. You're never going to touch me, ever.
Got a machine elf. It's better than the rest.
Got a machine elf. He's better than the rest. No, we shouldn't be singing about them because they're not good. I don't care what anybody says about Bigfoot. Bigfoot won't hurt you until you get mad.
That's so.
How easy is it to make Bigfoot mad? You're liable to just, I mean, anything can set him off. You don't know. There's just sub-natured beings. What's crazy though is like you cannot say that their realm is just this or that because there's such a vast place. The vastness of it is what makes it so hard to pin down. So you got to remember, the hells that they can take you to. If it was the final judgment hell, they would be in there with you. They're not tormenting. Everybody's being punished altogether. So then you have these little sub kingdoms where they're able to drag you down and punish you. So this woman that was telling me that her and her brother-in-law saw two completely different versions of hell and that they argued about it. And I said, "Well, who won?" She goes, "We just agreed to disagree." I said, "You were both wrong and you were both right. You both went to a version of hell." And she goes, "Well, how did that happen?" I said, "Think about it. You both were drugged down by a shadow being." She said, "Yeah, I didn't see the shadow being. He did." She's like, "But there was a presence." I said, "Exactly." And it was able to take you down to be energy and to be used and abused for your fear because you were not in Christ. She says, "Well, I was." I said, "Yeah, but you told me you hated your cousin's guts. Did a voice not tell you that?" She said, "Yes, it did." I said, "Then that's exactly what it was trying to tell you. And you were spared by the grace of God." So she comes back. She forgives the cousin. The cousin died within like 2 months. She didn't even know she'd had cancer. And I told her that woman would have died and you would have never been able to apologize. And then you would have been tormented and then you would have died and gone to hell. But I told her, I said that those are versions of hell. They're all different. And that's another thing the fundamentalists don't grasp. They're too stupid to realize that it's not about the devil or the super devil or whatever the hell it is they believe in their little walnut-sized brains. No, there's a multiple of them, right? And none of them are the antithesis of God. There's so many of these people, they believe that the devil is like the opposite of God. That's not true. The darkness, to me, I think it's something that's subject, like it's like the black goo. I think that is the dark matter. I think that's the opposite of God. And I believe that it moves with a bazillion different souls attached to it. And they're all moving in like a Portuguese man of war hive mind kind of thing. That is the ultimate devil, because that thing, it's like a hurricane. It spins off tornadoes. People call it the tornado the finger of God because it's so powerful. But imagine a hurricane that can spin off 100 of them. That's the difference between the dark matter that is the true evil, the opposite of the light, which is God, the true light, and the devil, which you would call the devil, whether it's Satan, Lucifer, whatever you want to call him. He's one being. He's not omnipotent, and he does a lot of bad stuff. But guess what? He's not the opposite of God. See, that's the problem that people don't grasp. There is this hurricane out there that spins off all these tornadoes, these bad things like Lucifer. That's just one. That's just one guy. There's a bunch of them, and they're all over the place. And they set up shop, and they're like, "I am the king over here." Yeah, you're the king of whatever. And some of them are emperors. They have a bunch of little kingdoms below them. But if you really believe that they're all just working together and there's just one overarching goal, yeah, they do to a degree. But watch Lord of the Rings. You'll see how that works out for them. They're just as likely to fight one another as they are to fight the men or the elves or whatever. Look how they are. Like the ones that got killed in what's the first one? Helm's Deep. What is it? And they ended up going to Mordor. Now, if you read the books, they were two different like types, and there was the Orcai, and then there was the regular orcs, and then the characters, you had the ones in the caves, and they all had their own little kingdoms, and they were not really interested in working together. It was because Sauron had corrupted Saruman, and Saruman was able to create the Orcai using the towers, the two towers or whatever. And then, you had Mordor, and so they all kind of fell back to Mordor after their defeat at Helm's Deep, and they regrouped. But and I think that Peter, what was his name? Peter King, was he the one that did that? He did a good job recreating it.
Peter Jackson, yeah.
Peter Jackson. He did a good job of recreating, like it shows them, like when they were talking about Shelob, the spider, and he goes, she gets you with a stinger. He's like saying all that crap. He was that guy. He was like one of the orcs that was a resident there, like the normal ones. Then you had a couple that he was just talking to, and they were the big hulking guys. Those were the Orcai that had been defeated at whatever Sauron's castle was. That was where they were from. So they were not really friends. They were just on the same team. One time I talked to a guy whose dad was in World War II, but he was a German. And it was weird because he was German and Czech, and he was from the Sudetenland. And what a lot of people don't know is that a lot of Czechs actually willingly fought for Germany. Not all of them. But once they were taken over, a lot of them were conscripted to fight for Germany. And he was in that category. But he was Czech and he was German. His dad was German, his mother was Czech, and he lived in the Sudetenland. And so 90% of the people in the Sudetenland actually fought for the Reich. And he was actually a part of Liebstandarte. He ended up joining. Well, no, was it Liebstandarte or it was Das Reich. It was one of those two divisions. And he ended up going into the SS after his conscription in the Wehrmacht. He was decorated. It was his kid's grandfather, and he was not a Nazi, whatever. He was not, whatever. He was just a soldier, and he was Czech. And that's what he did. He fought because that's what he had to do. I mean, he didn't really have a lot of choice. It's like, you're going to join the Reich. I'd kind of like not to. I really like my couch, and I'm kind of a bit of a couch potato. No. And they're going to be like, you'll join now or die. Like, there's not much choice. What are you going to do, You're going to be like, I don't really like guns. They're kind of like loud, PTSD. The Germans are just looking at them like, And, you had to realize, too, the average German soldier didn't have it good because probably their whole life from the time they were born before World War I until World War II started, there was nothing. The money was so bad that they were wallpapering their house with it or using it to keep warm. There was no, and so when the Americans were crying, "Mama, Mama," and the Germans were like, this is my mom, like this is, and they're like, I want to go home. This is home, It's just war. That's it. They had nothing. There was no future, no hope. They just had, that's it. That was their life. The Soviets, the same way. What's the difference between starving to death in the gulag or going and fighting in the front? What's the difference? Who cares? Those two regimes were like, it was black on black, baby. They didn't care. It was like there was no, I mean, and when you read about those fronts, you're just like, you're taken aback to the level of derangement that those people, it's like a level of pain and derangement in the mind that just, it defies logic. The war was unreal. This guy, he was Czech, and he was telling me and some of my friends about what he saw. He witnessed Soviets killing Soviets and Germans killing Germans. The Soviets, when they charged them at one point, and this is what I'm going to talk about evil and what it does. There was one rifle per 2 Russians, right? But they were actually Ukrainian soldiers. The Russians themselves, get this, they only 30% of the Russian soldiers actually fought in World War II. Did you know that? Because they used all of the other Slavs to fight. For real. They used the Ukrainians. They used the Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Belarusians, the Poles, and the Czechs. They used they used them to fight. The Russians themselves, only about 30% of them actually fought, and they didn't fight on the front as much either. Now, when they were getting laid siege to by army groups A, B, and C, they were fighting because they were right there at their doorstep. They had no choice. That's where a lot of their fighting went through. A lot of the people that were fighting in the defense of Berlin were not Germans. Get this, less than, I think it was 12% of the soldiers that fought in the defense of Berlin were actually Germanic. They were Spaniards. They were Italians. They were Czechs. They were French, unbelievably. They were Belgium. There was a lot of Norwegian and Scandinavians that fought, and then they had a contingency of what was left of the Bulgarian army and the Romanians. They were, because the Romanians were supposed to hold the gap, and they got punched aside by in the south. But the point is that this guy, he saw the Soviets gun down their own people so they wouldn't return. And I said, oh, they must have turned around and tried to retreat. He goes, no. He was an MG-42 machine gun nest. And he goes, dude, no. He goes, they would shoot some of the ones in the back. The Russians would shoot some of the ones in the back so that they wouldn't turn around and try to turn, just to keep them from even trying to turn around. He's like, and when I first saw it, we were in shock. He goes, and I was with a Spaniard, and we were sitting there, and I was holding my rifle, getting ready to fire. And we were stunned that they were killing their own men. And then finally the guy slaps me on the helmet, and I just snapped out of it and started firing. So these people were getting shot from the back and the front. Well, it turns out most of those they weren't Russians. They were just Soviets. Now, no, Soviet is not a Russian. All Russians are Soviets, but not all Soviets are Russian. You see what I'm saying? So they were being murdered by their own people. Same thing happened with the Germans, with some of these, especially in Liebstendarte. They were not always on the same page. They'd be like, look, this whole fatherland thing is great, but I'm really not from your country. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to leave. And they're just like, no, you're going to do what we say. But the Americans and the British did the same thing to Polish pilots to bomb Dresden. They killed a couple of them just to show you, look, if you don't go and get in that plane and firebomb those people, we don't care what you believe or what you want to believe. The Poles were not wanting to do it because some of those people were their people. That was an American Red Cross center that they firebombed. Look into it. They incinerated those people. And if you were born and raised in East Germany, then you were born and raised believing the lies of whatever the Soviets told you because they won. So everything was the Germans' fault, and the Americans were completely evil, and they used the bombing of Dresden like constantly. Like it was like that shows you how evil they are. That's why they didn't do it, because they knew that the Americans and the British were going to be like, "Hey, we didn't do this. It was those chaps there. They did it." You know? And they're like, "Nah, we're not going to participate in that. I think we're going to just drink the vodka and sit back in our T-34s. But thanks for offering to incinerate people. Yes, we usually would say okay, but strategically for the future of our propaganda, no." That is evil. Now, what you're going to see is as above is below, right? The kingdoms of the devil, as some of these dummies would say, it's divided, right? They said the devil don't divide his kingdom. The devil don't have a choice, dude. Okay? The devil's one dude, and he's got a bunch of other dudes that are the devil too. Do you really believe that the Americans, the British, all these other people, yes, they're allies and they're working together, but that is what the kingdom of hell does. It's not the same. It's not just one place. If you were to go to the battlefields of World War II, Burma was a hell. China was a hell. Nanking was a hell created by the Japanese. The Philippines, island to island. Look at the Philippines on a map and imagine what those Marines went through. Look at these different islands where they had to go island to island to island. Look at what the Germans and Russians went through, taking land and then going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Look at Stalingrad, what they call the infernal cauldron. It's even called the infernal cauldron. It was a hell on earth. The pain and the suffering these people endured, and a lot of them didn't have anything to look forward to. Starving to death, being frozen to death. I mean, this guy came upon a company of soldiers, his own comrades, his own company, his own countrymen, an entire unit of Czechs, stiff and frozen, like they were just flash frozen. He's like, if you were to move their hand, their fingers would break off. Stiff in the Russian snow. You know, I mean, you know, one of the most gruesome things that one of my friend's dads told me about, and he was, my friend, his dad was really, like, he was in his 70s when he had him. So he was older. Very good shape, though. But he said that one of the worst things he ever saw, he saw that a German and a Soviet, like, both stabbing each other, frozen in place in this death embrace. And he saw it there in the outskirts of Berlin. It was snowing, and it was like, dude, this is crazy. They dug it up. They found all this stuff, and they had been frozen. So when you look at these situations, like with war, it's very, very common for people to die all kinds of weird ways and whatever. And you don't really think about it. You don't think about, you know, that is, they're not all good versus evil. And they're just as likely to kill each other, like I said, as they are to kill us. It doesn't matter. And the elites, what they do is they'll find one of these beings that they believe is pretty potent, pretty powerful, like Baal or Moloch, because those are some big ones. And the other ones that start with an A, I'm not even going to say their names. The one that Solomon had to deal with. In the Islamic tradition, one of them starts with an I. His name is Iblis. But these are all different beings. They are not all the same. Now, you can say, as Joe, what do you call them?
The fallen, but not the same.
What do you call it in Hebrew?
Put me on the spot.
You're always talking about it. You're always saying their name.
I know. I'm drawing a blank. The Hashatan.
Yeah. So, and then, you know, you have the Shadim, and you have all these different levels of them, just like you have different levels of angels. But what people don't realize and what they don't grasp is they're not all playing for the same team. You know, they have their own little countries. You know what I mean? Like, they have their own little kingdoms. There's like a bunch of them. Yep. And the fairies. Fairy is like, there's these little, and don't get it twisted. There's different types of fairy. There's a sprite, you know, that looks like a little insectoid type thingy that's, you know, and then there's this other little rod looking dude. These are all different types, but then they're all classified as fairy, right? A lot of these things, they come out of balls of light.
Pixies.
That is our natural state. If you go into the fifth density and you end up there, you'll see in all directions. And if you pass by a mirror, look at yourself. You're a ball of light. You're about that big. That's the truth. That's what you are. That's what I saw. So, you're like, wow. And seeing in all directions, what is that like? How can I explain to you something in the third dimension? I can't explain it to you. There's no way.
Yeah.
I can't even, my brain can't process it. It's like a computer. You're trying to put something too powerful into a smaller computer. That computer can't handle it. It's not going to do anything but blow up. Well, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. It's just going to blow its gasket. It's no way.
Yeah.
That's why
like,
these
like the
beings,
Sarah.
yeah, these beings, they had like more DNA, more everything. They were more equipped for this crap. We were just little worker drones. Whenever you stop and you look at these different beings, and then you can also see some of the sub-natured beings gave birth and the rise to other sub-natured beings. Like, it's clear to me that the elves and the dwarves and the goblins are all related. They're not all the same. They're cousins. But when you look at the different species, there's different types. You can take a Hispanic person and stand them next to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white person, and you can see the features in their faces look very similar. But there's a dusky olive hue to the Hispanic person with dark eyes and dark hair. And then the blonde person has blonde hair and blue eyes, whatever. They're beautiful in their own way. Both of them are very beautiful. But they're different. They're completely different, but not totally. But these beings, though, a lot of them are very different. And a lot of them possess shape-shifting ability. Now, don't get it twisted. They don't all possess that. That's another thing that people don't grasp. They don't. Because why else would you be walking through the woods? And I've heard this countless times. And they see something that looks like a gnome. Now, we call those red caps. Be careful with them. A red cap, like the Amanita muscaria mushroom. It's poisonous. But you look at that and you say, well, why would they can all shapeshift. If they could, then why wouldn't they be a mountain lion? It doesn't make sense. No, they cannot all shapeshift. Just like people can shapeshift, but not all of them can. And now people will say, I don't believe people can shapeshift. I don't give a crap what you believe, because it really doesn't matter. You're one raindrop, and everybody, one raindrop doesn't think it's responsible for the flood. Good night, David. Thanks for popping in, David. So what ends up happening, you end up having multiple types of species, and they're not all playing for the same team. Get that through your thick head. And if you end up in a hell realm, something's dragging you down for whatever reason, for whatever you've done, you're caught up. This isn't the judgment. You're dying, and you're being dragged down to a hell realm because something or someone or some beings have been watching you, and they know that you're naughty. And they know your thoughts. They know your inclinations, and they know that you're not really right with God. And so they know that you're living outside of God's grace. And so when you die, they snatch you up. You ever seen the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze? That's a lot like what happens. Those beings come up and grab you and drag you down. Be prepared for that. Because if you don't forgive and you don't love and you don't live your life righteously, and some of these Christians, you make a big, big mistake when you think, God, Christ, come into my heart and save me from my sins in the name of Christ. And then I'm good now. Time to go do some bad stuff, because you know what? No matter what happens, God's got me, and they believe that. There's some people that we've dealt with, me and Abe, and they really believe that. They are Christian sociopaths. There's Muslim sociopaths too. My friend, look, I am going to do this cocaine and drink this drink, but then I will serve Ramadan. Okay. Good luck with that, buddy, because that's going to get you to heaven. Yeah.
They say they're Christians, but then they're practicing witchcraft and necromancy.
Yeah.
They spend more time practicing witchcraft and necromancy because they can say, well, I can ask God for forgiveness later on, but I can,
There you go. And they literally do this. And you know what? They really do believe in God, They believe in Christ, but they really believe in this, and they do everything based on not going to hell or to get a reward to go to heaven, because they're sociopaths and they have no clue. Somebody very close to me, her sister is a sociopath and a half, and she's so blind and so lost, and she's so dumb. She would throw you to the wolves in a single heartbeat, but yet she's always on about God and stuff. And I'm like, are you really trying to convince me, or are you just trying to convince yourself? Because I'm good. I don't need your proselytization, which turns into pontification. I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to hear it. You're talking. It sounds like she's trying to convince herself. I don't need convincing. I already know.
I seen a guy come out of prison, and he had the Bible, and he had all these things written down. I said, "What is all this stuff written down here?" I said, "That's my way. I'm going to cheat myself into heaven." It's like, oh man, come on.
He wrote the blueprint for it.
Yeah, he blueprint of shitting his way into heaven. I was like, come on, bro.
You shoot like a star right down to hell. You know, I mean, if he wrote down things that he needs to know.
He had been in jail for like 4 years, and he had all kinds of stuff written in there talking about he found a way to make it into heaven and still continue to live the way he lives here on earth. It's like, come on, man.
And they always use the God of the Old Testament as their get out of jail free card. Well, we were created in God's image, so guess what? God was angry and jealous and said to kill everyone. So that's what we can do, because we're just like God. It took our jobs. Yeah, okay, whatever.
I'm a roofer.
I mean, they really do.
I'm a roofer of God.
They sit there and they believe that they cling to that, like it's this you know. And then they'll say the most ridiculous things. Oh, well, they're supposed to kill everybody because of them corrupted. They were corrupted, whatever. Well, if that's the case, and there's a lot of people now that should be destroyed. 90% of the human race should be killed for corruption. And they'd be like, well, yeah, let's do it, because that's how stupid they are.
Yeah.
I mean, I see it all the time. And then they'll make little swipes at people like me, you know, on these other channels, because, you know, and I don't know if they're talking about me directly, but they're talking about people like me who believe it. Some of them people believe in them Gnostics. There's some stupid son bitches. Well, yeah, because you don't know anything.
He's like, they'll be like, I'm saved. But then they troll you at 3 a.m. But give them a word about
you know that they call us at why 3 a.m.? Who calls people at 3 a.m.? That's you know,
I do my life late at night.
We're going to get into that. I'm not going to talk about these people, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the point is that they go so far with their beliefs, and then they get off track, and they're so off track. They're so far behind in the race, they think they're in the lead, and then they want to teach you about it. And I'm like, why are you teaching me? You know, you really need to learn yourself. Oh, I ain't finna reading on them mother books. I don't even read. Yeah, of course you don't. You don't, because, you know, I can tell. And some of them claim to have graduated from college. Jeez Louise, it must be easy in some of these schools to get a degree, if that's, you know, the level of education. But I digress, you know. And then somebody says my go-to list. Who's this? Okay, this one here. Let's see what we got here. Quantum potential. Ooh, this is a whole can of worms here. Tim Alberino. Everybody but the last one. I'd leave him off. I got my reasons. I'm not going to get into it. The rest of them seem to be pretty good. Quantum potential, that was a good one. Also, yeah, here we go. Shade Viking. What does he say here? Just because you make it to heaven does not make temptation vanish. You know that there's a jail in heaven. People will be like, oh, I don't believe that. Once you get to heaven, it's game over. Chocolate cake, you know, for everybody. And you can have a palace made out of apple pie. Yeah, whatever, dude. Sure. There is no earthly desires anymore. You don't want these things from the earth.
Yeah,
you
know? Ridiculous. Yeah,
it is ridiculous. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go to this world and I'm gonna have all kinds of goodies and stuff, and you're not gonna want that because you're in the spirit. You're not gonna spend money because it doesn't exist.
They're probably talking about the witch from Hansel and Gretel, man.
Probably the chicken house, like we were talking about, Monica.
Oh yeah.
with the feet.
Baba Yaga's house.
Baba Yaga. But anyway, enough of that. I just wanted to make sure that people understood, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of different types of beings. Let me give you a story. If everybody wants to hear a story, I'll tell a story that I got, and it involves a goblin type entity. And this happened in Ohio. I think he's blinding me. I feel like I'm being abducted. Am I Travis Walton? Sorry, Travis. I've actually talked to him. I don't want to.
He's a cool guy.
Joke. But Travis was abducted, fire in the sky. So this thing is blinding me. Every time it does, I'm like, oh,
This is it.
this is the end. So this story came out of Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio. And this woman, she gave me a story, and she said that she was one of the people that had not a near-death experience, but it was an OBE, where she came out of her body. And she said, when I did, she's like, I saw this decrepit, ugly little creature in the left corner of my bedroom. She's like, and I was floating around by the ceiling fan, and she's like, but it wasn't affecting me, but I was just kind of floating around, and this thing was like down. She said it had these really extended insectoid, as she called it, arms and legs that were really long, but it was all crumpled up. And she said that it was black and green and had a really long, pointy hook type nose with these beady, really close together eyes. And its mouth, it was salivating and had little piranha-like teeth. And she said that she believes that she had a dream about this thing once before, but she thought it was just a dream. And then one time her daughter saw something very similar in the mirror that like ran behind her in the mirror. And it was kind of like, moving like this. And that's the way she described it. She's like, it was hopping around on all fours, And she said that it was goblin-like in appearance. And so she said when she came out of her body, this thing went through the wall, and then it was gone for a few. She's, I don't know how long. I don't know how long I was out of my body. She's like, and then I started to move around the house, but I was afraid to go down because I thought that this thing was going to come back. She's like, and as then I'm moving down the hall, I see it crawling on the wall sideways. And it was coming towards her. And she said, I was toward the ceiling of the hallway, and this thing was crawling sideways towards her. And she said it was very insectoid or spider-like, as she said. And she said that she immediately, she was like, she called on Christ. She was like, Christ, help me, please help me. And when she did, that thing began to talk to her. And it told her, it said, stop that. Don't do that. And then she was like, why not? She's like, it won't work. And you're going to piss me off. Like, it was talking to her. And then it reached out and grabbed her as its legs stayed on the wall. It did this unnatural thing. And then she realized, like, I'm in this spirit form. She's like, but this thing was still very much a physical thing. And it was grabbing my spiritual form, which was just a loose, sort of energy cloud, as she called herself. And it was grabbing her and like wrapping her around its arm. And it says, I'm taking you somewhere. And he called her the B word. He said, you're not going to like it, B word. And so he basically had her, by her head, which was like where her soul was like this ball, of light. And she goes, I had no idea about what I was, it was a soul. I'm used to being a physical being. And I told her, I said, this thing is a in-between creature, like a sub-natured creature. They're like metaphysical. They can manifest as physical, and they can do these kind of things right before your eyes, whether you're in the flesh or in the spirit. They can be both at the same time in a way that we are not accustomed to, because you don't know how to do it. They do. It's just a trick, really. But I told her, I said, they have total control over you, because I said, were you saved? She says, yes. I said, then why was it able to wrap around you and start to drag you? Because I didn't say this, but it was taking her outside of her house and going toward a well. It was an ancestral home that she lived in, and it was going to take her down into this well, which I assume is going down into some sort of hell realm within the earth. And she said, what do you think it was taking me? I said, probably to an unseelie court. And then probably to a hell realm where you'd be tormented and used as an energy vessel for a long, long time. And she's like, well, how was it able to do this? And I said, well, search yourself. And I told her, I said, is there any thing that you know, that you can tell me more about yourself? She's like, no, I think I'm a pretty good person, you know. I was like, okay, you're a good person. I was like, but do you believe in Christ? She says, yeah. And I said, she was married. Do you love your husband? She said, yeah. She goes, but she did tell me one thing. She said, I cheated on him.
There you go.
And she said she cheated on him multiple times, and then she lied about it. And when they had separated and they got back together, he admitted to what he had done while they were separated. She didn't. And then she said, I continued to conceal it from him. She's like, and then we got a little deeper, and she started saying, I really don't love him.
Oof.
And I said, okay, well, there is another issue. She's like, you know, he goes, he used to hit me. And I said, well, that's a problem. She goes, and I don't think I can forgive some of the things he's done.
So she had hatred towards him. Most likely vengeance because she cheated back on him. The spiritual openings.
Yeah, and you leave them, and we all have them.
Yeah.
Nobody's bulletproof. You all have spiritual openings. I don't think mine are any more egregious than the next person's, but I mean, like I've said before, one person will think, you know, something that you don't think is a big deal. They'll think it's the end of the world. So it's hard to judge. It's hard to gauge. All you can do, and everybody says they talk about discernment. That's a hard one because what is discernment to you is not for someone else. Just like I said before, one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. You know, I could sit there and look at a person and go, that person is a freaking terrorist. And they're like, no, he's fighting for freedom. Okay, well, he's not G.I. Joe. He's just whatever, you know, he's fighting for something. But, you know, when you stop and you look at some of these beings and these people, it's the same thing. They all do the same thing, but you're on their level now because you've given yourself over. You know, we're going back to Lord of the Rings. It says that the goblins and the orcs, whatever, they're kind of interchangeable. They were once elves that had been corrupted and given over to the darkness. When you're in this altered state, there is this type of being, which I call a walker, like kind of like Walking Dead. There's like a zombie. That thing on our logo, that's not necessarily just from, you know, the zombie episode we did. No, that is an NPC. Really. As is above, is below. And in the spirit world, and Joe, we've talked about this. And I think I've talked about it with you too, Abe. These zombie type beings, they wander the underworld, they wander the afterlife. Flesh demons, yeah, and they just walk around and they don't do anything. And so when you stop and you observe these beings, and I watched it happen back in 2012, I think it was, there was a drug that people were taking, and it was spooky. I was working on 2nd Street at the Housing Authority building, and they were just walking like this. And I got into it with one of these guys, and he was on that drug, and the cops called it zombie. And he had chewed part of his arm off through a sweatshirt, and there was this little like cul-de-sac little type brick thing that they had made to try to keep the homeless people out from stealing everything inside the AC units. And he managed to crawl his way inside of there, and he came stumbling out of it and was all, you know, and coming at me, and I beat him with a freaking baton, which did not stop him.
What was he on? What was he on? Was it Flocka?
Yeah, it was. No, it was. Well, that's one version, but it was called Zombie, and it was like this bath salt stuff that they could get over the counter at these little convenience stores, little bodegas. And he went in there and he took it, and across the street was the methadone clinic. So to kill the pain of their addiction, they would take this crap, and it was just, you know, blow their minds. And he came out at me, and when the police came, I mean, I was like, look, man, I fought this guy. They were just like, yeah, we got it. They tased him, everything else, and he was just growling and screeching like a demon. And so there are literally those beings that wander the afterlife, right? That's what they do. And so when you stop and you take a look at these openings that people have, some are obviously more severe than others. That right there is almost a perfectly possessed person. Their brain is so gone, there's nothing but a demon in there.
Right. Yeah. they're shelled out, and it's just allowing a different entity into them.
Yeah, because he was talking, and I'm going to tell you this: he was I know he wasn't Turkish, but he was speaking in a Turkic language, and I said, "That's Turkish." I know some, and I have some friends, that are from there, and I was just listening, and I was like, "That is not correct." And it sounded like an older dialogue too, and the police were asking him his name, and he was just grunting and growling and throwing words out there. Levantian words, that from different, it's like different languages, and I'd heard it before, and I'm going like, this dude, and he's not Arabic. I could tell he wasn't. I mean, he would be the whitest Arab I've ever seen in my life. Some of them are white, but he was like blue eyes. He looked like a white guy. And I was like, I'm like, he's speaking in Arabic and he's throwing out Turkish language. It's two different things. And the police were like, really? And I was like, yeah, because the one cop, he was Hispanic and he could speak Spanish. And I was like, ¿Se habla español? He said, yeah. And I said, okay. And I told him, that guy's not speaking Spanish. We know this. It's not Latin based. I don't know what it was, but it sounded like a Turkic language. And there are different versions of that. So whatever was possessing him probably had knowledge of that. There's no telling what it was, but he was not himself. Whoever he once was gone. That was it. He was gone. But this is what happens. So I told this woman, I said, this thing was taking you to the well, and eventually a loud voice like thunder demanded it release her. And it was like a ball of yellow white light. And I said, what do you think it was? She said, I think it was Christ, or it was an angel. And she's like, because at that moment I was so repentant and so sad for everything I had done and what I had put my husband through and what I was doing and all this. And I told her, I said, do you really feel that way now still? I mean, because she goes, oh, heck yeah. She goes, even more so, because I know that either on the terrible day of judgment, and it was interesting that she called it that. She said, or when I pass, I don't want to have to be struggling with something that's dragging me. And so I told her, I said, we are all guilty of multitude of sins. But the good thing is Jesus says that love covers a multitude of sin. And he means it. If he's not going to tell you that if he doesn't mean it. Because that's what love does. Love does give you, now it doesn't give you a free pass to go and be bad and be like, one of the strange things to me is Mardi Gras. For years and years when I worked downtown in the hub of sin, women show up and they do what they do. So we'll throw them cheap plastic beads that we used to get at the club 50 for $1. And we literally would open these huge packs of them. They cost me like $2 or $3, and there's like 50 of them in there. And these women are doing, and they're like, look, Sandy, look how many beads I got. Look how many beads I got. I got like 200 of them. And now there's like 1,000 pictures of my breasts all over the internet forever. And one day my children and my grandchildren are all going to look and see those on Girls Gone Wild. And you're like, wow, that's very impressive. But the good thing is now tomorrow I'm going to have this thing on my head. Like, it's like dirt, and then I'm going to be okay. And you're like, congratulations. You're winning. You're winning at life. And of course, I was the bad guy too, because I'm just sitting there like going, these people are idiots. And I'm going like, wait a minute. I'm like actually, partaking in this. I'm not participating, but you can't sit back and be in judgment of these people, because guess what? You're one of the people that's selling them the beads. The dudes are over there like, oh, let me get some beads so I can throw them at these women. And don't worry, tomorrow we're going to say a prayer and be all forgiven, and then we'll give up a Snickers bar for Lent.
It's kind of like a car show.
Sweets for Lent.
It's kind of like a car show in Mardi Gras. A lot of headlight.
Mm-hmm.
But it's completely one-sided.
I've never been to it.
Because if I went down there, I was like, "Hey, girl, give me some beads." They'd be like, "Get the hell out of here!" No one wants to see that, dude.
And you know what? The thing that's messed up too.
You get reptilian beads.
What it's crazy about it is that they do these debauchery that goes on. And I've seen people like they're doing drugs, they're doing booze, everything you could possibly think of, and they're like, "Oh, it's okay. Tomorrow's Ash Wednesday, and we'll all be forgiven." I'm like, "What happens if you go home and you choke on your own vomit and die, like some of these musicians have?" So you're sitting there and you're going, like, "Dude, this is crazy, man. Like, how is this possible? You know that these people are really this stupid." But like,
so the vampires, the vampires from the Mardi Gras, they're like this.
Oh man, when you look at like how the stupidity of people, folks, let me tell you something. If you're watching my show, you're probably not stupid, or you'd be like, "Oh, I'm lost." You know, you're one of those people that, you know, if you're one of those people that, you know, you're on Jeopardy and you're watching it and you get flustered at the questions, you're probably not going to be watching my show. You're like, pick cartoons, dude. Pick no, dude, no cartoons for 200. No, that's not our show. But so what I noticed was I was driving around in Lago, okay, and there was a piece of land that was for sale, and it was more acreage, and it was nicer, and it was less expensive than a smaller acreage piece of land. And I was like, so I called the agent and I said, "Hey, what's up with this piece of land? Why is it so expensive? There's another piece over here." And they're like, "Well, you know, that land there's been cleared." I'm like, "Yeah, so it's, you know, like 20% smaller than this other piece of land that's not cleared, and it's $10. I think it was like $15,000 more expensive." I'm like, "What the hell?" I mean, it was weird to me. What these people don't realize, the people that are driving around looking at this land, the average person, unless you're a mortgage broker, a real estate agent, or somebody who's smart, you know, that like somebody that knows, you could pay, you know, $2,000 to get that land cleared, get the cedars taken out, leave the beautiful oaks, because cedars an invasive species, not even from Texas. Get rid of it, take it out, leave the oaks, and it looks nice, right? "Oh, wow, look at this land, honey. It's super small, but hey, the trees have been removed, so we don't have to deal with that." "Well, how much would that cost, dear?" "I don't know, but we don't have to deal with it." You know, it's just like whenever they take taxes out and we don't have to deal with it, and they give us like a small, teeny tiny percentage of our money back, and they call it a refund, and we like that. Yeah. You're winning. You're winning. Keep winning. That's what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Don't even think about how you could just pick up the phone and call a clearing service and just say, "Hey, how much would you charge me to do this crap?" Or you could go rent something and do it yourself if you really are just not lazy. But lazy people, I mean, and you never underestimate the stupidity of people. People will choose convenience every time. I see people walk into convenience stores and they shop and they're like they're at the grocery store. And I'm like, how high are you that you're in here buying groceries?
That gets under my skin so hard. I'm at Dollar General and they got like a full cart. I'm like,
"What are you doing? You know, what are you doing?" And Dollar General pops up at places where they know that people will do that.
Right.
And you know, I always tell you, if you're wandering around the desert and you see a mirage in the distance, it's probably a Sonic or a Dollar General. They're like, "Oh, good, we're saved. There's a Sonic." Because, you know, they're closing up now. I think they close up like 30% of their stores. And I was like, that's probably because there was one on every corner, like vape shops. Like there was one on every corner. Like literally there would be like one Sonic, and then you go further down the road, there's another one. You're like, what the hell? Why do you need another Sonic right there? Between this one and that one, you got hungry for a Coney, and you're like,
Right.
You know what? You know what I need? Another Coney. The good thing there's another Sonic right there, you know. And then after that, I can go to Dollar General and wash it down with some, you know, disgusting whatever water that they have there, the Life water or whatever.
Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree, yeah, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, whatever. It's ridiculous. And then, you know, I went to the Dollar Tree one time. I went in there because we were looking for Christmas decorations, and it was like it was the last Like we were out of, whatever. And I said, dude, are we going to do this or not? It's already like the 12th or something. Like we normally never do that, but it was when we moved into this other house. And my wife's like, we got to put some stuff up. We got people coming or whatever. I said, okay. So I go in there. I'm standing in line, and I'm the worst at shopping and standing in line. I'm just like, and there's some woman in front of me. She's trying to talk to me, and she's like, I like your shirt. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I love my house. I like it too. That's why I'm wearing it. And so you're just trying to she just keeps talking to me. And so I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. And then, whatever. And I was looking in her cart, and I didn't want to be judgmental. But why are you buying 10 rolls of single rolls of toilet paper? Because literally where that store is, and I will tell you, Joe, you probably know where it's at. Okay. It's right there on Parmer and Mopac.
Okay.
Right. So you could literally walk across the street to a mega HEB right there.
Yeah.
And you could buy all of that. And even if she did not know how to take a bus or a Uber, she could walk over there.
And then go to Golden Corral.
Yeah. Well, the Golden Corral would be further down. That'd be on the HEB. That's not there. I'm like, oh yeah, it's still there. I don't know. I don't go there, but I'd get in trouble if I went to Golden Corral. Just all the food.
You're talking. Oh yeah, you're talking more towards
Salt,
like past Lamplight Village and all that. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
So,
I was thinking.
Yeah, Lamplight. Yeah, because that's where
yeah.
the Sonic used to be, and then they closed it down.
Yep.
I quit going into that one because there was always cops in there, and I'm always peeling out. So I thought they're going to be like, "Hey, put their freaking coney down and come chase after you." They're like, they don't care. They just want to eat. They're like, I don't care what he's doing. Are you shooting someone? No. Yeah.
In the full long.
Damn, boy.
But I was just paranoid. I'm always like, you get, especially if it's from the old that you see a cop and you're just like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Full long used to be 99 cents back in the day, or 69 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's probably like $18.95. You got to take out a small loan. Would you like fries with that? You're like, yes. How about tater tots? We have financing available. Like, what this is Sonic, man. I mean, come on. Did you want the large drink? Because then I'll get a firm on here if you need to. No, I'm good. I don't want the drink. I don't want. Snap Finance can do it too, as long as you make all your payments and you don't go over. You won't pay 500% interest.
Yeah. You want this on a 2-year loan or a 5-year?
I had somebody the other day offer me that. We were trying. It was say the other day. It was a couple years ago. We were getting a couple chairs. And I'm not going to go. I don't do that. Finance with it. They're like, well, if you want to finance it, as long as you make all your payments within a year, you don't have to pay 25%. So like some ridiculous number, and he started getting kind of quiet when he said it. It was almost like seductive whispering in your ear. He's not like, look, man, I'm just going to say it right now. It's just because, if you don't want to make interest in this. You're like, what the hell is wrong with this dude? Why are you getting so close to me? I'm just saying, if you want to just, whatever you want to do, because I can help you. I have some cocaine. What's up? I'm just like, dude, no, I don't want it. Get away from me. I don't want your interest. Okay. I'm just saying, because if you wanted to, I could hook you up.
I can smell the Funyuns on your breath, bro. Come on.
Here in furniture hell, we'll put you in debt for the rest of your life. 2 chairs, right? I'm like, no, I'm all right, man. I'm good. But that's what was weird, though. She kept talking to me, and she was just like, I saw the toilet paper in there, and there was like one roll and then another roll. I cannot help myself. I seriously think that stupidity should be painful, and it's not. It's something wrong with me. But I love her. I don't hate her. And it's not just because Jesus says I'm just that way. I don't hate people. I let stuff go, but I got to say something. And I was like, there's an HEB, like just right there. I was like, you don't have to buy 30 rolls of single toilet paper for $2, whatever, And she's like, yeah, but I don't like HEB. And I'm like, oh yeah, well, if you don't like HEB, I get it, And
Okay.
this is what she said, and I'm not even joking. She goes, "Yeah, they don't like it when you get into fights up in there. I got into a fight up in there, and then they just told me I couldn't come back." And I was like,
Just banned from
"Oh, well, yeah, that changes everything." So she's like, "Yeah, I had to whoop a bitch's ass." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay." She's like, and she worked there. I was like, "Oh, yeah, oh."
Was Was this on Rutland or Riverside?
It wasn't on Rutland or Runberg. No, that HBO there, you got to go strap. You got to like let people know. You got the Tech 9. You know what I mean? You got it hanging on your hip. You're like, whoa, what's up? They're like, I just want bread. I'm like, oh, okay.
Give me your bread.
I thought you were trying to grab my ice cream. I'm just saying. Let me look up on you. I got extra mags too. Don't even try me.
Yeah, dude. That one on Runberg, between Runberg and Rutland, and the one on Riverside and what is it, Pleasant Valley, those are the two worst HEBs you could ever go to.
So what ends up happening? This lady, she does not stop talking to me, so I just had to sit there and listen to her. And there was like a line, and I just wanted some Christmas lights. And I couldn't deal with it, so I just threw them down. I walked out. Luckily for me, there's a Big Lots right there. And so my wife was on the phone literally doing something. I think she was actually talking to like Letitia or somebody. But she was talking to somebody. And I looked, I saw her in the car, and I was like, okay, she's not paying attention. I'm going to run into Big Lots. And I went in there, and thank goodness they had what we needed. And then she calls, she's like, hey, honey, where are you? I'm like, I'm not gonna lie and tell her I'm at the dollar because I'm not. I said I'm in Big Lots. She goes, oh cool, I'm coming in. And then I was like, it's just all downhill from there. I was there for like an hour.
Oh man.
Yeah, we bought like stuff.
You was trying to do a hit and run.
Yeah, that was my own fault because I couldn't listen to this woman talk about beating up some employee at HEB. I should have just like hung in there because, I listen to crazy stories all the time, but I think it was kind of like you're just burned out. You're like, I'm tired of crazy. I don't want to hear this right now. I don't. And I'm not in the mood. So this person says that you would love to hear Monica's opinion. Don't think she got a word in the last 40 minutes. Love the show. But thank you for loving the show. But Monica, okay, so Monica, start talking. Start talking.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yada yada yada. Yeah,
we will always remember that. But this is kind of like Monica's downtime. She likes to come and just sit and chill.
It really is. Like
it really is. You've told me
and
that.
I'm struggling right now because I'm just really tired. Like
yeah.
So I apologize for not like saying anything tonight. I really have been trying to say more, but I am legitimately tired. But I will caw for you in the background. I'll be the mascot.
Yeah. So Shade Viking says, I love it when people try to make sense of Wolf or PRT. They don't get it. This channel is wild and free. And Wolf don't care to follow a script or be boring. It's not important.
Yeah,
because if you notice, like some of these channels, they come out and they're like, today we're going to talk about this guy saw Bigfoot, and this guy's going to come out and talk about Bigfoot and just try not to go to sleep. And you're like, yeah, man. And then the dude comes out and says, that's when I saw its pee-pee. It was big like its feet. And I was in shock. That's exactly what happened there. And then I did, you know what I did? I did shoot at it, but it dodged because these giant monkey men can do backflips. And you're like, oh.
Matrix.
The Matrix monkey. And it flies backwards, and you can't not shoot it ever at all, ever, never shoot it. It's it, you're done.
I think they're related to Donkey Kong.
Like Quantum Potential, do not treat your convenience store as a casino. You know what's funny? Y'all have all been to Vegas, right? Have you ever noticed like there was this guy when I stayed off Rainbow Boulevard. I would go in there and there was this dude, and I finally got to know him a little bit because I would go in there and buy booze at 1, 2 in the morning. I mean, I wasn't like Nicolas Cage and leaving Las Vegas like, gosh, I just really need to get drunk because my liver is going to shut down my body. But I drank a lot, and I was in there, I was like, I just need a bottle, man. I just got off work. And then the clerk literally was so like, he did not give a shit. He was like scratching his neck all the time. He's like, yeah, I don't really give a shit, man. Just what do you want? I'm like, you're trying to make him look like I'm like, look, I'm not an alcoholic. I really don't have a problem. He's like, I don't give a damn. Go die in the parking lot. I don't care. I've been here for 11 years and I don't give a crap what your reasoning is. You could be a serial killer. Just don't tell me about it. You know, he was that kind of guy, you know, but there was always a guy in there. He's playing the slot machines at the gas station. I'm like, he's there every night doing this. Like, so I asked the clerk, who, like I said, was very rude and did not care about life or you or anything. And I asked him, I said, hey, I was just curious. I'm like, I come in here. He goes, you come in here every night? Yes. I'm like, okay, yes. Who is this guy? He goes, I don't know. He's been doing this for like years. Does he win? He goes, no. And I was like, wow. So then you just walk out, and I'm just like, wow. And then I walked over to the trash can and I threw my bottle in the trash, and I never drank again. Bull crap. No, I was already like hitting it right and got in the car. I was like, oh, dude, this guy's making me want to drink. You know, everything makes me want to drink. Drinking makes me want to drink. I need to stop, but I'm not going to because I got
Drinking is of the devil.
It is, and it really is the devil, and it gets you by the hair. It doesn't want to let you go, man. And so I'll tell you what I did see, though. And I don't know if this was you got to remember too, there were other things involved. So I don't know what I could have been seeing. I was stressed out. I had anxiety. And so staring at this
What were
guy,
you drinking, by the way, Josh?
do what?
What would you buy?
I went through phases. I drank Goldschlager. I drank rum, different types of rum.
Dude.
I drank whiskey. Whiskey was my favorite drink, you know, take a shot of whiskey.
Yeah.
And I would go in there and I would grab stuff, and I would just, I'd you know, go up to the counter with a bottle or two. And, you know, the guy behind the counter did not care. Like I said, he was just like, you know, did not give a crap, because you can buy hard liquor. At least then you could buy hard liquor in the convenience stores. Mm-hmm. But when I was getting in my vehicle, I was sitting there and I was already opening the bottle, and I was like looking, and I saw this guy, and I was like, what the hell? His eyes are changing. Like he looked like he was like possessed, you know, and he was sitting in front of that slot machine. And I was like, and I would go in the daytime and he'd be in there, you know. I didn't always buy booze. I wouldn't drink in the daytime. I only drink at night. But I would go in there and I would get like a soft drink, you know, with whatever that is, you know, it's not a liquor drink. And I'd just be like, this dude is so weird, man. He's always in here. Is this an NPC? Yes, it is. Is he part of the Matrix? Yes, absolutely. And the guy behind the counter is like, just doesn't even know why he's there. He looked like he was like a little Indian dude or something. I don't know, but not Indian. I mean, not from like a native, but like from India. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying a native guy. I'm saying from India, but he was just like constantly playing. And then the dude at night said he never won or whatever.
He's trying to make the money for the peanut farm, man.
I don't know what he was doing.
He's from India. He was trying to make win the big one there to build a peanut farm back home.
You know, whenever I was working at the casino, though, I had some weird things happen. Like I had a guy come out and he was like, I just lost all of my money. Like it was horrible. I was outside and I dipped snuff. So I couldn't walk around, you know, like, hey, what's up? You know, spitting in a cup. It's just like you had to take a break to smoke. They would let us take a break, like a smoke break. So I got there and I dipped my snuff. I dipped for 24 years, something like that, 27 years, something. And I was sitting there and I was dipping, and this guy comes out and I was like, what? Don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. And he comes up and he's just like, oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, he was like screaming. And I was like, oh God. And I said, didn't want to ask what happened. So I tried to, like, you know, I was being not nice. I was just trying to scoot away and go run back inside and taking my dip out, you know. And he's like, I lost everything. I lost everything. And I was like, how much did you lose? He goes, 40 grand. This was like in the 90s, late 90s, whatever, mid 90s. I said, you lost 40 grand in here. He goes, well, over the course of several hours in different casinos. He's like, I've hit rock bottom. I know now that I said, yeah, I bet you did. That's probably all your money, isn't it? You know, I didn't say that. I was thinking it. And he said, yes. He's like, yes. I spent all of my money and my wife is going to leave me and I'm done. He's like, he spent all day trying to chase his money down. It was horrible. And you're sitting there going like, oh my God, dude. Like I just, so, I didn't, and then for the next like 2 days, I just kept thinking about that. While I was at the crap table shooting, I was just like, dude, this guy lost all this.
Jeez.
I'm not joking either. Like I was doing it too. Like I wasn't doing 40 grand. I was just blowing my paycheck.
Did he lose his money and sign his title from his home over to the casino?
I have no idea. When he said that, it was like, and so there were events that led to me leaving Las Vegas, because I needed to get out of there. I owed somebody some money. I wasn't like borrowing money to gamble, but like I had an idea like in my head, and I thought, okay, I need to borrow some money. So this guy that I thought was a friend of mine, I'm gonna tell you the truth, he sent me to a dude and said, this guy will give you a loan, and it was for a car. I needed a better vehicle, so I had an idea. So I was gonna deliver booze to people. This stupid, but a good deal before its time, you know what I mean? But it was way ahead of its time, right? So I was gonna like get booze because it's 24/7, and then so I passed out all these flyers, and so I was like, yeah, I want to deliver booze to people who are too lazy to go out and buy their own booze, right? So I thought it was a great idea, right? So I borrowed a little bit of money to get this beater car, and then when it didn't pan out, and I was too busy throwing dice, then a guy comes to collect, and so I ended up tuning him up. Well, I didn't know that guy was somebody. I didn't know he had a lot of friends, and then they came looking for me, and they were like, hey. So my boss, who was my friend, he says, look, you need to leave. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because you beat a dude up and knocked him through a sliding glass door, and that guy has friends. And so I ended up coming back to Austin. Yeah. So Vegas can get you in trouble real quick. Especially somebody like me with a bad attitude and fist of stone. You just go and do something, and then you're like, oh crap, I had a few stories that came out of Vegas, and I had some recently. There was a guy that talked to me, and he was like, hey, he messaged me, and he says, I'm from Vegas, and I watched your show about Sin City, the supernatural Sin City. And so he gave me a story of a pale crawler that he saw in the Luxor. You believe that? And so when he started talking to me about the hotel, before he even said it was the Luxor, a weird thing happened to me. Like in my mind, I saw that it was the pyramid.
Yeah, I was going to say, what an oddity. It had a pyramid.
Yeah. And when he said that too, when he told me, he's like, I was in the Luxor. And now there again, he had been drinking all night, and he said, I was playing, all kinds of stuff. He goes, I was playing different games, card games. And I went back to my hotel room. He goes, and I kicked my boots off. The guy's an old cowboy. He's from Wyoming. But he was in there to do a job, to work. He was a construction guy. He was finishing up. He had to go back down to, I guess, do some finishing, whatever, on this apartment complex. And so he says, dude, I take my boots off, and I see this pale being coming out of the bathroom, turning around the corner. He's like, and I see it in the mirror, but then when I look straight on, it's not there. And he said that his son and his girlfriend listened to my show pretty regularly. And he says, so they turned me on to your show. He goes, and I'll be honest, I don't listen all the time or whatever. And I'm like, goodbye. And I hung up. No, I didn't. But I said, what do you think it was? He goes, it was crawling, and it was a pale thing. He goes, and my son's girlfriend says that there's a type of being called the rake. But I don't have a lot of stories of them being like a spirit, although I do believe they are. They're like an in-between creature. And I saw a video today that someone had of one, and it was doggone creepy. But I don't, with AI now, you can't.
You seen the one that they said they got it on the doorbell of the house? It looks like an alien.
Yeah, I've seen a couple like that.
It kind of looks like AI, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good. The technology's gotten to the point to where it's almost it's almost where you can't trust it anymore. You
I
know,
mean,
like
shoot,
Can't trust
You
it.
got-
old Super 8 or something like that. Yeah, I'm not, you
Yeah.
know, but you know, nowadays,
You-
I don't.
That too. I mean, unless
you
you've
can
got actual real-
upload an old picture of yours and they got you dancing and singing.
What'd you say, Monica?
Well, they can fake the images to look like
Yeah.
old Super 8, right? You have to have like the
Mhm.
actual real
Actual
playing in front of
cassette.
you. I mean,
Yep.
we were talking about this on Blondes and Booze earlier tonight, how AI is ruining like any kind of photographic evidence, which I was certainly skeptical of to go in with, but now AI is so good, it's hard to distinguish.
There's no point with the pictures. It was already coming into its own when I first started. It was people were faking stuff left and right, so you couldn't trust it.
Yeah.
And now
No,
you
I
can't
wa-
trust anything.
I watched a recent one, and you know, because I always look at it, especially new stuff. I look at it already speculative. You know what I mean? Like, because you can manipulate so much.
Yeah.
But it was a Beyonce concert, and apparently there's like a split. You know, like a slow it down, and she turns into a demon type of thing. And I was looking at it, and I was like, you know, you can, because she's like flashing her hair back and forth, and whenever her hair comes out, she's like demonicized, you know. But what tripped me out, and we were talking, or y'all were talking about this, I can't remember which show, but I noticed that in it, this green mist comes in like over her hair, and then it like lands on her face, and then her face deforms into this really wicked looking demonic thing. And then whenever she's done with it, you can watch the green literally go off, and then she's all pretty again, you know. So, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, but you know, like how many people know about the fact to add that green mist type thing into it? Because we talk about that a lot on, you know, on these experiences. So that's what got my goat. You know, I was like, green mist. Now she's, you know, but no one was talking about the green mist stuff. It was just, oh, look at her, watch her transform into a demon, you know, and that was it. But I'm like putting the two and two together. I'm like,
The person
maybe.
who created it could have already known about that, you know.
That's, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Info. You
Yeah,
know,
no,
just
you're
because
absolutely.
you know, people in chat are like, oh, you know, they don't mention it. They're just not paying attention, you know, and they're trying to get clicks, I'm sure, for likes and views. And
Yep.
No, yeah, you're absolutely
I'm not
right.
saying
Yeah.
that it wasn't real, but I mean, that's my skeptical mind considering.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, but, you know, but yeah, I just found it interesting. I'm not saying like it sold me on it, but you know, if you put all those together, because I believe that a bunch of, you know, like the Madonna thing, and you know, they're doing literal, you know, rituals on stage, and
No, I
they're tapping, you know, they're tapping into it. So, you know, yeah, it could just be somebody who was like, hey, you know, we'll see who knows what they know about this kind of stuff, you know. No, but I just found it interesting. I was like, green mist. Yeah, all right. But it was just like on the edge of her hairline. So it kind of like flowed in, went up, and then went down, demon face, and then it went out. And yeah, it was pretty tripped out.
So, what do you think, Monica? Speak, say things.
blah blah blah. Wah, 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 wah.
We want to hear actual language,
Words. That is a language. That's
not that foreign stuff.
Snoopy language. That's his teacher's language. That is Charlie Brown's teacher's language. And I know because Charles Schultz lived in my hometown.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Which
That's
your
a-
hometown is in California, right?
Santa Rosa.
Ugh.
That's
Come on.
a Mandela
Amazing
effect
where
one,
people can live these days.
the
I'm
Schultz
joking.
versus Scholes.
Oh,
Well, Tex Avery was from my hometown, and that's the guy that created Bugs Bunny.
wow. Wah, wah.
That's what really matters. Let me see if I have a.
So, I mean, like the celebrities and the ritual things, you know, I've seen so many photos here and there,
Yeah.
like where they're supposedly eating people at parties.
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry.
You think that people
Tom and
like,
Jerry too.
well, that what you were saying about the celebrities eating people. Go ahead, talk about that.
No, I mean, I totally believe that that could be something that's going on. I mean,
It is
talk
happening.
about Bohemian Grove, right? And the stuff that goes on there. I don't know if it's still going on there, but I really do think that it went on there. I grew up like 20 minutes from Bohemian Grove, and there are a lot of people that are employed by Bohemian Grove the 2 weeks of the summer that everybody's out there. And you try to get the locals to talk, it is impossible. It is impossible. But I do think that there was some weird stuff going down, and I don't doubt like the cremation of care ceremony was, not a legit cremation of something that wasn't care at one point.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, I think that they were putting it in our face. Remember back in when they did that original Interview with the Vampire movie, with Tom Cruise, and there was the scene where they're at the vampire theater, and they really have the chick captive, and they're really feasting on her, but they make it look like it's a part of the act and a part of the show. I think that's predictive programming. I think that they do that to desensitize us in a modern setting, and they go, oh yeah, and then eventually that's really going to be happening in front of you, and not just necessarily the cannibalism of it or the vampirism of it, but also just the oh no, we're just joking around with the devil horns and the red, black, and the rituals and blah blah blah. No, it's just part of the show, but no,
What do you think about the Illuminati?
Me personally, what's that?
Do you think it's a legit like cult?
I think the Illuminati goes way back to even like Sumerian. I think that there's always been a hierarchy to try to. You can go about it different ways. I think a lot of it is to try to enslave the people and to create a hierarchy. I think a lot of it also has to do with a religious order that's actually pushing towards the second coming, or the faking of the second coming, to bring in the people to believe it. I think that's what Project Bluebeam's going to get into, where they have these holographs in the skies, and they got these demons coming out of the, so they can scare you into rushing everything that you see in you read about in Revelations. So, I think that there is definitely, or not, I know that there is definitely a hierarchy when it comes to the elites. And I don't think the Illuminati is even the top. I think that they're somewhere during the lower tier. You got like Masons and Illuminatis. And it's also, there's speculation that the pyramid on the $1 bill on the back, Masons are basically like it's the Jesuits and the Masons, then the Illuminati, and then it goes up, and then at the very top, then you got the Hasatan, you got the eye of Ra. So yeah, I definitely believe that, because the one world order and the and I probably shouldn't be saying this on YouTube, but you got these societies and these one percenters that have been running all the countries. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing too. You got to remember, like I said about the devil, they're not all they're all separate groups,
right? Yeah.
But they live in a relative peace with one another. They're like, you have your part of the world, I have mine.
Right.
Don't come and intrude on my part, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, it's like a biker gang, or biker gang says, we're all bikers, but we'll deal with our own archy, but y'all aren't bikers.
Right.
That's how they are, and that's how the vampires are, and that's who's running this world.
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't kick it out of bed one bit. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's but it's always been about, even if you look on lower levels, look at what was that back in the day, Amway or whatever.
I did Amway.
Right.
It's all
Made a lot more
micro
money.
pyramid
See,
schemes.
that's interesting. Like, have you ever been approached by anybody from the Illuminati trying to recruit you?
Yeah.
I have.
I
That's why I'm asking.
I don't think I have. I mean,
3 separate times, once in person and twice online. And it was weird. And I'm just wondering if you guys have had that. And I didn't. The first one, I didn't even know what the Illuminati was at the time. The second time, I thought, baloney, you're just trying to get money out of me. Right. And the third time was really weird because it came from a South American account, right? It was, and of course, why would they contact anybody through like DMs, right? That's ridiculous. But it creeped me out because it came from a South American account. It was a family, right? It was a mom, a dad, and a child. And if you look through their account, it was like all these happy pictures of them playing at the beach. And, it just looked like a regular family. But these messages that were coming out of their account was like not a wholesome family thing. And it freaked me out to the point that I like blocked them. Like, I didn't think that they were really Illuminati. I mean, come on. But there was something weird going on there with that family. Or they took over the account and were just using, whoever it was using that account to like, send messages to people around the world trying to get whatever it was they were trying to get.
Yeah, I got through Instagram like 2 days ago. They had pictures of some guys and they had the symbols of the Illuminati and everything. That they wanted to recruit me and all this stuff, but I never responded. They had the people in charge, like their faces, and they had a big old long list of things that they're saying, to me and stuff, but I just didn't respond to them.
Yeah, it was.
I figured it's just probably some troll just trying to see what I'm going to say.
I mean, the second one, I thought it was the first guy. I don't know what he was trying to do. I mean, he was, like, I can take it because I used to work like at a private jeweler in Dallas, and he was one of our clients. And he was like, you know what the Illuminati is? Like, he was like, do you want to come to a meeting and see what it's about? And I was like, oh, no, what it's about.
hard pass.
Yeah, I was like, I'm good.
No, I think that they just look at me and they're like, oh, he's a juggalo. Never mind. Leave him alone. But my wife, her grandfather is a Mason, and he was also a minister, and so she grew up in that culture, and I forgot what it was called, the Rainbow of Job or something like that, some kind of, and they get the girls in when they're really young, and they like have to tie a rope and like string bean all the girls and they walk them around. It's pretty freaking weird. She's like, she's like, yeah, I got out of that. She's like,
drink the Kool-Aid, the flavor aid, the flavor aid.
The one thing I've been approached by multiple supposed organizations,
right?
Probably every other day. I'm not joking, and they'll be like, join us, we're so powerful, blah, blah, blah,
You're like, I've got my own cult, sir.
Whatever. And somebody left something on my mailbox one day, and I went out there and I was like, what is this? And it's like a postcard, and they had said something about if you don't conform to, I don't remember what it was. There again, I was drinking a lot, and then I was like, what is this crap, And so I just taped a picture of me holding a rifle to my mailbox and was like, I still live near you. No, I'm just kidding. But they go back and look at, oh, shoot. Just not worried about it, man. I just don't care. I just really do not give a crap, dude. I mean, I've just never been that guy, and I think there's a freedom that comes with not, and I'm not one of those people that's like, I'm just gonna live my life willy-nilly and whatever happens, happens. You're floating on a sea of emotion all the time. No, I'm not doing that. And I'm not like, I don't care if I live or die, man. I'm a rebel. You could get really overblown with your own bullshit. What I'm talking about is just like, I really don't care.
Right.
Like, behind a club, I had a guy just put a gun right to my head. He was nervous too. And he was going to shoot me over his uncle because his uncle was a very bad guy who ended up dying of cancer in prison. That's not even as much as what he deserved. Hopefully he went to hell because, and I'm not saying I hate the guy, but he was a very, very evil guy. And this dude like did a lot of bad things to people. And so his nephew was shaking and I was like, go ahead, do it. And he's like, you're crazy, man. Man. Yeah, I'm crazy, whatever. But I don't give a crap if you pull the trigger or not. Thank God he didn't do it at that time in my life because I would have went to probably not a good realm.
The elves be having a feast with you, man.
Oh man, they would have because I was a bad dude, bad guy.
You would have went to the charter of heaven.
But that dude, he was nervous, and I said, "Go ahead, kill me. You'll just go. There's all these people watching. You're not gonna get away with it. You're just gonna go to prison. This isn't the movies. No, for some reason there's like this Deus Ex Machina that always happens. Is like, oh, and then they never go to jail. There's no cops around. Nobody's fingering the guy. Yeah, it was him. It doesn't happen like John Wick. Not a cop in sight. They're doing all these flips and shooting all kinds of ways. Samurai sword fighting and everybody's kung fu fighting and shooting and not a cop in sight. No cops ever show up to do anything, and everybody's in on it. They're like putting down the newspaper and running at the guy. It's like doing all kinds of crazy flips and tricks. It's a fun movies. Those movies are fun to watch, I guess. But it's just so dumb. It's like that's not how it really works. No, some dumbass chivato walks up and he shoots somebody, and then they're like, "Put your hands behind your back." Well, guess what? You're going to prison for the rest of your life. And then they're on some, if they're lucky, they'll get on some kind of documentary and be like, "Don't be like me, Holmes. Don't do that stupid shit. Don't go up and shoot a guy in the face. Man, I would do anything, because here in prison, man, I'm not really living. I'm just existing." And, and all kinds of other dumbass cliches and shit that everybody says.
You better listen to your parents. You're going to wind up like us. Those kids that send over there to the jail?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? It's like that. And then you're like, these people do the stupid things. And so he was about to do that. And I said, you're going to go to prison where a lot of my friends already are. And didn't go and tell them I'm the guy that shot Wolf. They're not going to care that you think, who are you? They're not even going to know your name. Nobody's going to remember your name.
Yeah, it's all.
I don't even remember his name. I remember his uncle's name. You're just a foot soldier, dude, and you're going to shoot somebody that everybody knows, and then you're going to go to prison, and they're going to be like, "So you think you're bad, Holmes, because you shot Wolf? Okay," and then watch this is going to happen, and then
Yep,
effed off. That's what's going to happen. But he didn't do it. And my brother was mad at me. He was like, "What is wrong with you? Why would you do that?" He's like, "That little punk, and he's like, you should have just, and I could have even probably grabbed it because he was so scared, and I don't know. I could have done a lot of different things, but I wasn't going to do it. I was just like, I had my head on it and I was like, go ahead. And I think, to the looks of the outside observer, it looks like I was suicidal or I wanted him to do it, but that wasn't the case at all. I just didn't care.
Yeah.
It's like there's freedom that comes with not giving a shit about that, like not caring about it. And when you are a man who doesn't care about stuff like that, what can be done with you? There's nothing they can do to you. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever situation I'm in, and I'm not going to worry about it. I don't. So eventually, though, you have to get out of that if you're going to raise children, which I had to raise children. And then I had to be a husband. And I had to prep her for people saying things about me, not with this dumb shit on there. I don't care what these idiots say on internet life or whatever. This isn't real life, What I'm talking about is like in my everyday life. People coming up to her and be like, knock the dude's eye out of his head in the fight, And she's just like, oh, okay, maybe he suffers from Fantastica. And I'm like, she's going to find out, So people just come up and they would start telling stories at the bar and stuff. And my wife's like, oh, stuff really happened. This is not a joke, And I told her, I was like, I told you, and to her credit though, she stuck around and she didn't believe I was that bad of a guy at one time. She really believed she saw nothing but the good in me at one point. Until she gets mad. Then she's like, you are a hard person to deal with. You're whatever. And then she loves me and forgives me. But I always tell her, I was like, look, you knew what you're getting into. Told you, this is the kind of person I am, whatever,
Yeah. Who I was and who I am is two different sides of the table, man.
Mm-hmm. To her credit, to put up with my bullshit, and then I'm just like, oh, guess what? Now we're in a war. It's like, oh, okay. She didn't go and like, forget, no. She's just like, what do we have to do? I'm like, well, I've been in several of these. This is an information one. Let's do this. It's not like this is something new to me. Like, just like there's one guy, he tells me the other day, supposedly sort of a friend, I guess. I don't know what the hell he is. And he goes, well, I think that drama just follows you, whatever else. You think? That's, yeah. But why? There's a question. Everybody's like, wow, this guy, whatever. If you really think that I'm that kind of a person, then why do I have so many friends? And in my real life, I have a lot of friends. And I have had friends, the same ones, for 20, 30 years. You don't have your longest tenured worker has worked for me at 4 different places since 1999. You don't have people that work for you that long and do things, being your friend, if you're a piece of shit like everybody's claiming. Well, not everybody, but this small peanut gallery. Who cares? Because if those people, they're not what matters. What matters are you guys and the audience. And it's sad to say that if you get to a certain point, you're going to have haters, and apparently that's actually a cool thing. According to my nieces and nephews, they're like, you got all these haters, Uncle Wolf. It's crazy. And like, that shows you like how tall you are in the community or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I'd like not to have them. That would be a blessing. But apparently if you do, you get clout. Back in the day when you're in the street, a hater's not a good thing because they'll shoot you dead like a dog, or they'll stab you, or they'll come at you and try to jump you or something. So you really didn't want that. But now I guess on the internet and the interwebs, this silly shit, there's like, there's all this. I don't like this guy. I'm going to talk about. We'll go. Shut up.
Then they're trolling haters that they want to take credit for your viewerships.
they want to latch onto it, so they say my name and then they get like a bunch of views, and then they say he's a drama farmer. No, dude, because drama hurts my channel. Drama makes their channel. At least for a little while, because negativity is a fast-burning energy, but it doesn't last. You see, it doesn't. So you got to have something to talk about that's worth a shit, which is like why we have Monica here, but she ain't talking. She's just sitting there.
I talked about Illuminati and like,
oh yeah,
trying to use me for sacrifice or something, because it sure wasn't recruitment.
You don't think that they were going to recruit you?
Hell no. Why would I? What do I have to offer the Illuminati? I am not wealthy. I am like, no.
It doesn't matter because there's certain things that everybody can contribute to certain organizations.
They want to have you as a foot soldier.
You could actually bring people in, but women. That's what women do. They recruit. They recruit. I'm telling you, women are really and truly, if they're going to bring you into something. Look at what let's talk about this for a minute. Now, this guy who came to me, Gerald, look what happened to him. And I believe Gerald. I believe what happened to him. These women seduced him. Well, he was, it wasn't like he was like, no, stop it. Oh, put your clothes back on. What are you doing? Oh my gosh.
How dare you, madam?
He wasn't what was it on the Holy Grail, Sir? What was his name? The one that was real, like, he's like, they were all trying to seduce him, and he was like, no, stop, in the castle Anthrax or whatever.
I was thinking about the Dracula the Dead and loving it when he's on the succubuses. He's all, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Wrong me.
Dracula Dead and loving it. So funny, man. It's over the top. All that blood. like, oh my God, that movie is so funny. That's a classic right there. Leslie Nielsen is just the king of slapstick. So I guess Paranormal Roundtable, that's not me. So whoever's using it says there was an actress who was in prison for recruiting young girls into a human trafficking operation for a cult.
Yes.
Happens all the time. That's probably what Monica's job was going to be. Monica, go get girls and get them to be.
And bring them into the cult of PRT.
What? I didn't say we were doing that. What kind of sick-minded person? What kind of crap sacrifice?
Way to recruit, like it's the only cult I'm like aware of.
Oh my god! Hey, we're not the ones like. Let me tell y'all something else. You think it's a joke? Don't eat fast food burgers, please. Just do not. I'm not even joking. People think that is a joke, and you see the line around these burger places all the way around the line, around the all the way out into the street, all the time. And they sit there and they tell you what they're doing. We're feeding you yourselves.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody's just like, yeah, well, that's a conspiracy theory. Oh, yeah, it's not real. It's just you're eating up ground up meat. You don't even know what it is.
So the Big Mac is really somebody called Mac.
No, actually, it's funny you said that, Abe. Whenever Dahmer went to jail, his favorite meal was a Big Mac.
Oh,
really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said because it tasted
like human flesh.
Very familiar. Yeah.
I thought his Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite meal was the Coney Island, the foot long.
He's like, you know why I like that one? Because you can find it anywhere. Yeah, you just walk outside and it's just right there. There it is, next to the Dollar General. And it's sandwiched between the Home Depot, the Walmart, and the Dollar General. You could literally be out in the middle of the Arabian desert. And you're like, I haven't had water. You get the chapped lips, and you're all like, you see the mirage, and you're like, what is it? Sonic. And then you're like digging in your pockets. I got no money. And Sonic, they're not going to give you food. They're not going to give you anything. They're like, there's like
how many
proper. Sorry.
People did Dahmer kill?
Well, they say he killed like 18 or something. What was it?
Yeah, he was up in the upper teens.
But I believe he killed more because I think he killed some in Ohio, but he wasn't going to confess to that because he would have had to face like the death penalty or something where he wouldn't have to in Wisconsin.
But he still got killed.
He was thinking ahead.
Well, you know, the police pulled him over, and if they would have caught him supposedly after his first kill, that would have been it. He never would have done any more.
Yeah, whenever you had the dude in the trash bag.
In the trash bag, yeah.
Oh, man.
It was all about them not leaving him or something. It was like, see, I would be like the opposite of a serial killer. I would have been like, please go, you know. Like, I have a question for you. Hold on, I have one for you. Why are you still here? I don't understand. There's a door. You're just like still in my room. You know, like Dahmer was like, don't leave me. I'm too weak. I'm so dependent. I'm too weak to be alone. Like, you know, that's a testament though to my wife because I was totally okay with being a bachelor the rest of my life. I was like, you know, and then she came along and I always said, no, I don't. And I just never thought it would happen in a million years. I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to, you know, I'm good. And I was totally okay with my own space and being alone and whatever. And then she came and it was like, well, guess I better figure something out. But, you know, she let me be me for the most part. Not an easy person to live with, I'm sure. Says the people who own, so the people who own the companies that supply fast food joints also own the slaughterhouses. So they can grind up whatever they want and package it up and send it to those other. I'm not going to mention those on by name because we're probably getting assassinated. You know, I mean, what happened? Well, they were killed by Burger King. You mean they ate a lot of Burger King? No, they literally sent ninjas to hit squad their ass. They were all killed by Burger King, every one. No, I can tell you right now that the book The Jungle doesn't even do it justice. I mean, what you're dealing with when it comes to how nasty the food service industry is. I've been in it. And you're at the mercy of somebody who makes your food. I know because I was that guy at one point. And you pissed me off, and who knows, you know.
Oh, man.
My 17-year-old ass working at a
Yeah.
truck stop. Yeah. And
Yeah.
believe me, I did some work on some people.
And no,
They're
it's
like-
not, and it's not even just that, but just watching how it's done. Like I was at the what was it, the Sonic on Slaughter, and just
Which one? Ain't there like 2 of them on there?
yeah, it's like Slaughter and or no,
Oh, I know the one by the Walmart.
no, the
You
one
talking about that
across the
one?
street from the AutoZone. It used to be across the street from the AutoZone back in the day.
Okay.
And but no, you just watching them make that stuff, dude. Anytime you work at a fast food joint, I worked at Jack in the Box, when I was a kid, 14, 15, I lied on my application. But you won't eat it after a while. You're like, no, I'm good on Sonic for 5 years because I saw how they did their chili.
It always gives you a stomach ache too.
Yeah,
Sonic is an
exactly.
instant stomach ache, dude. It's just all grease.
Yeah. But yeah, you're like, oh no, just that's the same chili from last night and from the months before. Just add water to it and add some more chili. Yeah.
That's like Wendy's. Yeah. Scorpio used to work at Wendy's, and then he worked at Whataburger for a while too.
Or
And,
no, it was Stastny, not Slaughter.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right by Stastny in South First. Yeah.
That's the ghetto one right there.
Yeah.
The one at Dove Springs is the only one I know that's more ghetto than that one.
Blood
The,
Springs.
the people come out on the roller skates with their gun in their hand. How are you doing? Here's your food. Don't make me shoot you. You're like,
Froze up.
somewhere else? Oh, no, we don't. Here, it's this Sonic. We make sure you know what's up. All right. And then they're like, come again or don't.
Got my tips
Got
going.
robbed at that, that stop and go that used to be there. We got robbed. And get this. This is weird. The guy that worked there, this is a true story. His name was Josh, the dumbass that I worked with. He's about 1.5 inches taller than me. He was a big, dumb, goofy, redneck hillbilly dude. And he was, he looked like me. I kid you not. He did. And everybody was telling me that. And I was like, I don't believe he looks like me. His name was Jerry. Or Josh, but everybody called him Jerry because that was like his middle name. His name was Joshua Jerry, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to say his last name. So they started calling him Jerry, which is stupid. Our boss, he was so stupid. He called me Paul because my middle name was Paul. And I'm like, you could just call me Wolf or Josh or whatever because you're already calling him Jerry, dumbass. And he goes, well, I want to be fair. He was so like, he was that way, but he was like, he would laugh and his face wouldn't change. And he would go, and you're like, and there's no changing of the face. And he goes, and he would like count the change. And he'd be like, and I talked to him and he'd go, oh my God, I literally have to start over. Oh, why? I hate you so much. And, like, so pretentious and annoying. And then he was like, you literally came from another store as the problem child. If you're going to be a problem for me, you can't work for me. He would talk like that. And he would do his hand like, do this dramatic flare crap. And the other dude that I worked with, Josh, the other Josh, he's like, I think he's gay. I'm like, no shit. What gave it away, dude? The pink tutu or the fact that he's hitting on us constantly? What gave it away? And he was just like, yeah, that guy's kind of weird. And I was like, he says we look alike. I don't think we do. But then when we would stand there and help customers together, people would be like, are y'all brothers? Are y'all brothers? And I'd be like, no, I'm much better looking than this doofus. Then one day we were like mopping and I looked and I thought it was my own reflection because we were both wearing these, those acid wash jeans that everybody had back in the day. And I was like, and I was mopping and I was like, that's Jerry. I'm like, dude, we do look alike. Oh, dude, it was annoying. So one day we get robbed. It's the only time I've ever been robbed in a convenience store. And I was in the back and I was stocking. Stuff. And I'll never forget, I was in there stocking the milk and stuff. And I was freezing my butt off. And this guy comes in and he's like this tall, skinny African-American dude. And his hair is just all like, he's all, he's like walking around. He's like picking up chips and putting them down. And he's like looking around. And so I was like, dude, this guy looks weird. And we had these little walkie-talkies. And so I said, hey, Jerry, hey, pay attention, man. You know, like, and I had to even turn it down to the low settings. So he says you couldn't hear it because you can't go, hey, there's a guy about to rob us. You know, I said, hey, pay attention. You know, and he's in there, he's listening to freaking stupid ass country music and he's not paying attention. And this dude just goes right up to the counter, and then I hear, holy shit, like, guy. And he points a gun at this dude. So I'm like, what am I going to do? I don't have a gun. You know, I'm like 18 or 17 going on 18 or something like that, 18. I was like, you, Joe, I lied on the application. And I was like, I was 17. I was working. I wasn't supposed to be. And I was like, oh, great. This guy's getting robbed. And unfortunately, I had worked with this guy at another place, which was even more annoying. It was like we had worked at this barbecue place called Bill Miller together. And so I was sitting there and I was like, this dumbass is probably going to fight with this dude. And he did. He starts arguing with him. He's like, I'm giving you shit. And I'm like, oh, God, dude, we're getting paid $5.50 an hour. And but that back then it was above minimum wage. And I was like, and this dude is going to fight with this guy over whatever's in that till. And I was like, what in the hell? And so I sat there and I was like, I don't want to have to go out there and deal with this guy. And so I did, like, and I could have gotten killed. So I walked out the cooler and I said a quick prayer and I opened the door and I walked out and I said, hey, and he points the gun at me. I said, hey, chill, dude. I said, whatever you want, dude, take it, dude. It's not ours. We don't care. And Jerry's all like, he's like half of my IQ. He wasn't very bright. And I said, Jerry, we don't care. Give him the lottery tickets. Give him whatever he wants. I don't care. We don't give a shit. I told him that. And so he started grabbing stuff and we bagged it up for him. And then people were walking in. 2 people were walking in. He's sitting there holding a gun while he's putting stuff and he's getting the money. And they're like, oh, you're being robbed. And they literally walked back out. And so I just walked behind him. I said, excuse me. I'm like, can I walk out? And he goes, no, you wait till I leave. I said, okay, because I was just going to get in my car and leave. I'm not calling the police. I promise you. And he goes, okay, all right. And he just runs out real quick and drops chips and all kinds of crap. And I looked at this dude and I said, how stupid are you? You're arguing with this dude. Like, it's not your stuff. Who gives a shit about stop and go? I don't care. They're not even around anymore.
No.
He's like, oh, let people do that to me. I was like, you dumbass, dude. I couldn't. So I walked out and I got in my car and I didn't even. And luckily for me, I quit right before the Cowboys were in the playoffs. So I got to, whatever. I was like, I got to watch the Cowboys beat the crap out of the Packers the next day. And he was like, are you coming in to work? And I was like, hell no. Dude, we got robbed yesterday. Get my lookalike or whatever, the stunt double to do whatever, this stupid ass guy.
Stunt double.
Yeah, for real. Let Joshua Jerry do what he's got to do because I'm not going back up there. Not to mention that place was actually haunted too. I worked the overnight shift by myself there one time, and it's in the hood. It's right there in Dove Springs. That store's called something else now. You probably know, Joe. It's called something else. But I was in there by myself one time, and now get this. Years before I worked there, somebody had gotten their brains blowed out.
Ew.
Yeah, right there behind the counter because they pulled a Jerry and were like, yeah, F you, man. Started talking crap to the people, and they shot the dude. And he was a big, heavy-set African-American dude, and I'm not joking. I was like, went to the back to use the restroom, so I put the little sign on the door. And I walked out of the back, and for a minute, I looked into the cooler, and I saw a large, big black dude, like, standing, and I was like, whoa, what the F, you know? So I had to go to the cooler and look and see if there's somebody back there. I look, you just look, you can see right in. There's nobody there. And I'm like, what the hell was that? And so weird. One of the many, like, apparitions or things that I've seen in my life, just, but real quick. And so I asked the manager about it, and he was like, yeah, years ago, there was another guy, another store here, and there was a guy that got killed here, and he described him. So, yeah, that was a harrowing job. I've worked some really bad jobs, man.
Now I'm not going to front. I don't know Dove Springs that well because back in the 90s it was Blood Springs, and being a Crip, you have no business going into Blood Springs at all.
Yeah,
Like, that's just that's
all red over there, dude.
all red. Mendez, all that shit. Yeah, yeah. So that was one of the known. Just stay away from there, and you'll be all right. You were wearing the wrong color.
And it was so stupid too.
Colors.
Yeah, people fighting over color. Like it was the dumbest shit ever for me.
Well, yeah, because and I have a big take on that. I think it was an elite thing that started that whole gangster rap movement. Because originally in LA, those were community memberships that were trying to stand up for their communities that were getting dogged out by the high, well, I wouldn't call them hierarchies, but the richer of the people that were dogging down on minorities, and I think that whole thing really turned into the prison slavery system. So you introduce rap music, and I listened to gangster rap music and, ended up becoming one myself. But now that I'm a grown ass man and I can see through the bullshit, it's what it was. It's a ploy to get you into doing illegal activities that are going to get your ass into jail for the rest of your life, or incarcerated, or even put down, you know what I mean? Like a dog.
Well, Crips came out first.
Yeah, Crips were the first. Yeah.
Yeah, because they were dressed in their county blues.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, I've been to jail. Here's my county blues. It's like a what do you call it? Like they're making a statement, kind of like a protest. Like, this is
right. Yeah.
Blue. I'm a gang. But they began to bully people in their neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
It always starts out with good intention, and then it becomes a bully thing.
Yeah.
So then the Bloods came out with where you're going to wear blue, we're going to wear red, and it stood for the blood we're going to spill of the Crips. Yeah. So, and so then and there was a real thing. But then all this blood and Crip everywhere else was just kind of like,
it just became it became a trend, and it became an evil trend, and all it did was fund the government and the prison system, and also get rid of. Let them kill each other off, and then you don't have to even sweat them anymore. You don't have to sweat the minorities because they're going to do the job for us. And so, I don't even listen to gang. I mean, I listen to old school 90s stuff, you know what I mean? But like all the new crap, dude, I'm so over it.
The new crap is satanic. Look at Lil Nas.
Yeah.
He literally has a video where he goes to hell. Like he's just basically
and twerks on the devil.
And he's twerking on the devil, yeah. And you're going like, what?
Yeah.
And then he's like, look at my shoes. Get the hell out of here, man.
Nah, dude. It just became so excuse the word, but deformed from what the original objective, the original ideology was for it, because it was a neighborhood thing trying to stand up, just like the Black Panthers were. They're actually trying to stand up for a purpose. But
what gang were you in, Monica?
The
purple squishies and the pink slushies.
Cacao.
That was their sign.
You're tough, you little cacao. You think you're tough?
The neighborhood that I came out of was Crip.
Really?
Yeah.
You had Crips around your neighborhood?
My original neighborhood that my family moved me out of when I was like 14.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I found out when my dog did. I had a canine team. I worked for a company called Reliable Canine, and I handled dogs. And we used to go to all the hoods. And the Bloods and the Crips knew us very well. So when I was working downtown years later, they were like, oh, you were the dog man. Get that, the dog man. They used to call me the dog man. That's a trip, right? And I'm standing there and I'm like, yeah, I'm the dog man. I'm the dog guy, whatever. And they're like, you just had that big ass dog with a big head, And I was like, yeah, Mastiff. It was an English Mastiff. Then we had a Spanish Mastin too. And he was like, yeah, you had that big ass dog. You were always the one in the back, quiet, whatever. Yeah, I was the one that was getting that dog geared up. I would just let the slack go and do this, and he knew to get rowdy. And so they rioted one night at Murderbrooks, which is Joe's people, the the beloved Crips had their little party there, and they threw a little temper tantrum, and they lit a building on fire, and they chased a female
I
cop.
remember that.
Yeah, and my dog bit a few people, and we did a few things, and whatever, and they beat the crap out of my partner and one of the cops, and then the cops came, and the fire department came, and then they fired a few shots, and it was ridiculous. So it was a little mini riot, but all they did was burn their own building. And then they're like blaming us. They're like, well, they came up in here with these dogs. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You threw a Molotov, you wanted to throw one. Because the guy was like this. He was like, and I'm like, I'm like I always am. I guess I don't give a shit. I just was like, go ahead, throw it. I don't care. You going to light me on fire with that, dude? Go ahead, throw it. I was like, you'll be dead before you hit the ground. You know, what are you doing? So he turns and throws it onto a building. And I'm like, congratulations. Don't you live there? You know, I don't have to live in this shithole. I'm going home. I mean, you know, whatever, dude. So that was my attitude back then. I was that kind of person. I did not give a damn. I did not give a crap. And eventually I got into a fight at a place that was really bad, very, very bad. And I kind of whooped a pimp's ass a little too hard. And it wasn't like I was there to do that kind of stuff. Some people just want to go because they want to beat people up, whatever. No, this dude, he was smacking a female in front of me. And I was like, dude, and I was very much like, I wasn't, and this sounds horrible, but I wasn't Captain Save-A-Ho. I'm here to white knight and save you, Madam Prostitute. Unhand her, villain. You know, it was no. But I mean, he's doing it in front of me, and I had to go over there and mace him, and then he turned and he swatted, you know, he was a big dude. He swatted the mace out of my hand, and I'm trying to do my job. And it happened to be in June during the weekend, the Juneteenth, whatever. There was a lot of people out celebrating, and they were kind of telling me, like, do something. So they wanted me to do something. And so I did. The guy that I was with was like literally hiding in the car with the doors locked. And I'm like, wow, you know, you're doing a great job. And this dude was big. And so he challenged me. He said, take off your gun belt and do this to me. Being that I was young and kind of stupid, I was just like, okay. And I did it. And I put it in the patrol car with the coward that was hiding in there, calling the police, hey, you know, whatever. On this little, those big ancient phones that we used to have back in the day, like when they call it air from GI Joe. So he was using that to call the police, the park cops who were over there having a barbecue. And so I got into it with this guy, and we threw hands. Well, nature took its course. He's a big dude, but I beat the living shit out of this dude. Just straight up whooped his ass in front of all these people. And not everybody was enamored with what I did. Some of his homies were there, and they came running up. And when the cops came, they were like, they put me in cuffs. I didn't go to jail. He had beaten this woman half to death. And there were some women out there that were like, this dude did this to this woman, and we asked him for help, and he did what he had to do. But I lost my job. So they were like, and the guy that ran that company was such a piece of shit. He still runs a big security company now. I can't stand him. He is the biggest fat piece of shit ever. And he was like, we got to uphold our image. You know, you can't just be taking off your gun, being people. It's just not something we do. You know, I'm just gonna have to let you go. You know, because I'm just a big pussy. I'm not gonna back you up. So I lost my job, and I just went and got another one. It wasn't like it was hard, but you know, it's kind of an awkward interview at the next job. They're like, "What'd you do?" Well, I was in government housing, and I decided to assault somebody. He was assaulting another person. It's a whole long story. Let's just not talk about it. So when they hired me at the next job, they put me on probation, and they put this complete dickhead over me, who was threatened by my presence. Basically, is what it was. So he's just constantly harassing me, which is where the seed was originally planted to get my own business. And then I just said to hell with this, and I went into the club business, which made me go into other things. And then I was like, you know what? I want to be a legitimate, straight up, good person, do my job, live my life, and commit myself to Christ. And I want to do right. I do. And I want to be on the good guy's side. And that's what made me actually change everything, because I saw my grandmother, and she wasn't happy. Never seen her look at me like that. But yeah, that was pretty much what changed everything. The place that I got into the fight, I'm not gonna say the name of it, but it was next to Mason Manor. It was right next to, it was Springdale something. I'm not gonna say the name of it, but it was a very bad place, very not good place. What's so crazy though is, you know, what place is bad? I was working at this place called Palo Santos off of Runberg. My first night there, I'm in full gear. Like I got the whole gear on, the vest, everything. And I'm walking around and this dude comes up to me and my guard and he's like, "You want to buy some shit?" And I'm like, do you see the uniform? Do you see the badge? Do you see?
Right.
He's all like, "Oh, snap, dog. Oh, okay. Are you a cop?" I said, No, we work for the owner here. And the owner had actually signed over like everything so that we had this ability to evict these people, you know. I said, "I'm pretty much running this place now." The manager didn't even show up. His name was Carlos. He was like, "Y'all take care of it." He came on Wednesday, did paperwork for like 3 or 4 hours and ran. Like he was scared of that place. And I was like, it was like a prison. I was just like, dude, running this place. And I said, "Dude, no, I'm in charge now. But thanks for trying to sell me crack. I'll let the Jump Out boys know who you are." You dumbass.
I was over there buying it.
He's like, "Oh, I thought you were Joe Breezy, yo." He's straight up grip, man. He comes up here, buys up my shit, runs to Gelwood, and I think he's cutting it. I don't know what he's doing. But I went over there with my wife one time to drop off something to the guards, and then I went to the convenience store around the street. And there's this line of people, like there's a bunch of not good people, and they're doing things. And I get out of it, and this is a true story. I got out of my truck, and they're like, "Yo, Big Wolf, what's up, man?" They're all like waving at me. I'm like, "Hey."
Yo.
And there was this one woman who comes out, and she starts talking trash, and she says, "Your husband a piece of shit. He arrested my boyfriend. He a piece of shit. This my if I was a man, I'd mess you up." And she's talking all this crap. And my wife is just like, "What in the hell?" And I said, shut up. And so one of those dudes goes there and grabs her and drags her off. You know, he's like, "Get away from him." And I said, "I'll see y'all later." And I got in the truck and left. And she's like, "Wow, it was a very interesting exchange." And it's over there by Gelwood. So I know you probably know where that's at, Breezy. Very bad place. And they're always shooting it up over there. You can hear gunshots at night over there.
Yeah.
Driving through, pow, pow, pow. You hear them popping caps left and right. And that little, there's a guy that was right there on the corner of Runberg. I can't remember the name of those apartments. He would sit there. There was a fence, and you could see him. He would just sit there in his little blue chair, and people would run up, and he would just hand them the dope, and then they would walk up. Run out.
Yeah, right.
Doing
Yeah,
it right
that was right by that.
My mom, one time years ago, I was driving her. We went through there. It was off Peyton Jen, and she's like, "That man is selling drugs." I'm like, "Yes, he is, Mom. Yes, he is." And she was like, "You work over here?" I said, "Not right now, not currently, no, but I have." And she kept asking me all these questions, and I was like, "Oh, just don't ask me more questions, Mom." So fast forward, I'm going through there with Nellie, and I pointed it out. I said that hallway right there is probably about 4 or 5 people in the last 2 years have been shot in that hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And you could hear it like in the hallway, bam, 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 like them shooting each other in that little spot, because that's the spot that everybody wanted.
You talking that spot?
Called it Crack Corner.
Yeah, right. Wasn't that the one right there by Grandy's when Grandy's was out there?
No, that would have been down off of Westgate. You're talking about Westgate.
No, up on Runberg. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah,
So
I know what
there's
you're
like
talking
the
about. Yeah,
Grammys
that
and
was
the apartment.
way back in the
Yeah.
day, man. That was
Yeah,
back in
yeah.
the Gap, bro. No, now it's right there. If you go that little bodega right there, it's called what is the name of it? I don't know if Anthony, if you're watching or whatever. What is the name of that? La Hacienda. La Hacienda. And right there is you go down Peyton Jan and you loop around, and that whole area right there is bad. It's all bad, dude.
Yeah. No,
They're
I got
shooting it up in there.
I got jumped in that in like mid
Lanier
the
was
middle
right
of the day. Yeah, I got jumped right there, and they beat me with my own skateboard, dude. It was
Horrible
like,
place.
beat me with my own skateboard.
Can you imagine though, like if we were to go in and do like a ghost investigation in that area, how many people have been
Oh, yeah.
shot up in there? I mean, just Galewood alone, or if you went to Palo Santo, which is now Berkeley,
Yeah.
that place, we were seeing shadow people constantly. And I've talked about what I saw in the office that time. But I would have to get out. I'd be sitting there, and we had this little patrol car. It was unmarked. It was like a Crown Vic. It was a cool car. I just sit there, and I'd be like, what the hell? And there was this heroin dealer right there. And I kept seeing like the shadow going up to and I was like, I'd have to go over there and run them off, you know, and I'd walk up to them like, hey, and there wouldn't be nothing there. It was like that all the time. But then once they revamped it and they redid it, my nephew moved in over there because it became probably the safest spot on Runberg. It was called the Berkeley. The crime was down to very little. And my nephew was living there, and he was telling me all the time that he would see shadows moving through the walls. And I'm like, yeah. Think of all the people who've been shot and killed or choked or stabbed or beaten to death there. Because when we first started going there, it was horrible. The first night I was there, I tripped over someone who I thought was dead, and it turned out she was just needled up, you know. And then the second night, there was a woman that was stabbed, and she was bleeding to death in front of her children. So this is the kind of place. It was not a fun place, you know.
Yeah.
But it paid very well, and my business partner was determined to do it because we needed the money at the time. And he's like, "Well, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it." And he was like in his 60s, and I'm like, stubborn old man said, "So you're going to make me do it now? I'm going to have to." I love him to death, so I'm not going to let him do it. And I'm built for it anyway, so I did it, you know. And they thought they were going to run my ass, and out of 76 units, we got 34 evictions out of that place.
Damn.
So do the math. And that was all me. And the constables got to know me very well. And there was one woman there. She was a little fire plug, a little skinny, blonde-haired chick, man. But she was a tough little thing. And she didn't take no shit, man. I saw her punch a dude right in his jaw one time. I said, you know how to throw a punch? That's good. And then this one guy, he came running out of his apartment. And this constable hit him with the asp. And he went end over end. And he fell and bounced off of the fence and then landed in the pool. Thank God for that, because of course he hurt his back, but he could have split his head open. And I was like, well, that'll teach you, you stupid idiot. They were in their seventh math, you know, and it was really weird because they were all tatted up. They had all the white supremacy tattoos, but every non-white person in that place was going in there to buy dope. And they were like, nah, man, they're cool, dog. I'm like, do you not see the tattoos? They are not cool. They are not your friends, and they are just using you. But they all stuck together. They wouldn't snitch on each other, you know. They're like, oh, you know, that's all jail stuff, man. That's jail stuff. And I'm like, yeah. And one guy was in there doing tattoos and stuff, you know, and it was horrible, man. He had his pit bull. He sicked him on me. And he thought, and I handled dogs, you know, and I said, don't, that dog is not going to come at me. It's not going to kill me. So he had it all keyed up, and he let it go, and it ran toward me, then stopped, you know, and I didn't even flinch. I was like, dude, I said, your dog, I don't want to hurt your dog, but it's not going to attack me. Now, I didn't get down and pet him and put my throat in his mouth, but I just said, he's not going to hurt me, and the dog's not going to hurt me, dumbass, you know. And then he thought he was going to get it to sick me or whatever. I was like, you didn't train that dog correctly, you know. Just idiot. So then I had animal control and come and take it away. And he was all like, it took my dog, but there's no kill shelter here in Austin. Right. I said, yeah, that dog's not going to go. It's in a better place away from you. You know, this evil people, sick people. One person was drowned in that pool, and they never did figure out how she was drowned. Another person was killed by the laundromat. And then they found 3 bodies behind there years ago. They had been executed and laid in the field behind there, all execution style. And then one guy had a tire thrown on him and burned in between our complex and another one.
Damn.
Rough stuff. And they shot and killed one of the managers. The constables told me about that. So you're sitting there listening to all these stories and all this stuff that's taking place there. Well, yeah, you're going to have all kinds of activity.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bad place, you know.
And now it's all painted up and looks all nice. And
yeah, they made it, they gentrified it, but It's not. It's mostly Hispanic now, but still, like they get car break-ins and stuff like that, But it's not
Right.
a murder like it was.
Yeah, no, I took my son there because he was going to jujitsu right there, close to 183 in North Lamar, and right where the Pizza Hut used to be, right where the barrio was, and I was like, all right, dude, you want to see some? You want to see where your dad grew up? And I'm driving. He's like, dude, this place looks great. I'm like, well, there wasn't paint. there wasn't paint and stuff. There's like all these condos. And,
Yeah, especially if you go down. What's it called? Speaking of the Burger King, it's right there. St. John's.
St. John's, yeah, that's right.
You go down to St. John's, and then it dead ends into Midtown Commons.
Yep.
Which is like a nice upscale, whatever. You see people walking around with their dogs and stuff.
Yeah.
But right down the road, it's still not a good place.
Yeah, I took him down to like Cameron, where Reagan was and stuff, and I'm like, oh, well, check.
It's still not real nice over there.
It's not, but I mean, it's still a lot better than
it was.
Dude, we need to do on my show. We need to jump on and do like a Austin War Stories. Like me and you get on there.
We could just drive around to some of these the hoods.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know as many people as I used to in the hoods, but I mean, I still know quite a few because some of those people, man. Now, I mean, this guy was a Crip. I don't know if you know him, and we're talking about this on the show, but I don't care. I mean, but his name was Goodies. Do you remember him? He used to be in a wheelchair, but he's not. He's not handicapped at all. And so, yeah, do you remember him? He was an old school Crip from Thurman Heights.
From Thurman, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And he used to sit. His thing was he was in a wheelchair and he would sit there like this. And so I started working at Palo Santo, and he's got his homeboys around him, and his nephew, Dennis, is his nephew. I go up to him, he's an African American dude, and I was like, hey, and I grabbed the back of his wheelchair and I went, ooh, like that. And he jumped, he stood up. And all of his boys were like, hey, yo, man, what's up, man? Why you? And I was like, well, hey, back off. I know this guy. You've been knowing him. He's been doing this for years. I used to work down on 6th Street, and I'd see him riding in his little wheelchair. If you notice, his feet are moving the wheelchair, right? And then he'd post up over there by Darwin's and be like, and people would give him money.
Jeez.
And then he'd be slinging crack. And he did this hustle for years. I've known Goodies forever. He's been in and out of prison. And so I said, Goody, you still down here selling? He goes, yeah, man. Why you got to throw me out my chair? Man, I said, dude, because you're bullshitting, man. So then he told those guys, he's like, this isn't a normal security guard. Watch your back. This dude right here, be careful, whatever. I said, I'll be putting stories in their heads, man. I was like, we're just old friends, right?
Yeah.
He said, man, you always hassle me over there at Thurman Heights. I said, that was like 20 years ago, dude. I'm cleaning this place up now.
Yeah.
You ain't going to clean me up. I said, I'm not going to clean you up, but I'm going to run you off. But I like you, so I'll run you off last. And I did.
Yeah. Now, I'd be fronting if I said I remember, but I do remember cats like that. And Thurman Heights, like one of my best homeboys, his brother used to live in the apartments. So like you had Thurman Heights coming out, and then you had that with that jacked up. It was a Circle K, I guess. And he lived in those apartments right there.
Yeah.
So like I was, I hung out there. Yeah, but yeah, I'd be fronting if I was like, yeah, I remember that guy.
No,
and I'm not that dude.
Did you know anybody from Murder Brooks? Because that was another bad, horrible.
Nah, man. The cats that I hung out with were all like Rutland. So you got Rutland.
It's so dreary. Like, it's so gross.
Yeah, and then you got like East Rutland that went all the way down to.
How did you end up over there, Joe? Like, what were you doing over there? Your family got blown off course or something?
That's where I grew up. I grew up like when I used to live off of Parmer Ln.
Kramer,
yeah. So I mean, I was always kicking it at Side Pocket and shit.
Oh yeah, Side Pockets, yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, that's where you went when you're like 10 years old. That's where you went to get cigarettes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
They had the cigarette machines.
Off of Pleasant Valley too was that slaughterhouse they called a pool hall. What was it called?
Speeds.
Speeds, yeah. And Clicks was another one. It was horrible.
Yeah, my mom and my dad, they used to hustle pool at speeds because they were.
And then that one
you
over
know,
there next to Homer's, that one has always been a shithole too.
Yeah,
I went in there, and one of my buddies from back in the day, Tony, he was a big tough guy back in the day, you know, and he worked the door over there, and it was like he said, dude, it got to be a biker hangout. It was bad. It was always because we were doing those apartments at the Preserve, and you'd hear pow, bang, bang, and there'd be tape everywhere, and the cops are up in there, and ultimately, though, it led to the big old shooting that happened at Twin Peaks. All that other shootings and stabbings and goings on that were going, and then eventually it happened. But I blame Monica for all of it. She's a very violent person. Very violent.
Well, I'm the recruiter.
She brought the
recruiter.
It was horrible.
Just hand them the helmets. Here you go. Here you go. Helmet. Here's your gun.
Shoot.
Your rifle.
I had a nice suburban
M16A2.
life.
Right.
I was living nice and suburban. Then Monica brought all the Crips.
Monica
in
brought the
It was me.
coming from Cali. Her and Nelly both bringing the pain from California. Here.
They were all rolling 60s, you know.
Rolling 60s. Okay, so did you know Darby? I'm not gonna say his first name.
No, I just pulled that one out of my.
Okay,
I was actually
rolling 60s. He was down in South Austin, and he was somebody.
Yeah, that's South Austin. No, I was Hoover Deuce. I got
okay.
Hoover Deuce.
Yeah, because he was a rolling 60s, and he was. They were horrible. You know, they were always down doing dirty, all kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
It was us versus. Well, not versus, but it was us, EGV, and
EGV, the Bros,
Northside Bros. Yeah,
the Bros were really bad too.
I was a junior bro in fifth grade. In fifth grade, the junior bros came out. They made us walk the line. You didn't get jumped in. You just had to walk the line. That's when you had to walk the straight line in front of everyone. And they just get to beat the shit out of you.
So how did you go from being in the black and white to being in the blue? I don't understand.
Because once I got to Reagan.
You were a Reagan Raider. I forgot.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, what happened was when I was in elementary out there, that's when the junior bros were like pulling in people. And then in sixth grade, my folks were like, nah, you got mental problems, blah, blah, blah. So they put me in Brentwood, which is a K through 12 place right there on North Lamar. And so I spent a year outside of public school, was in a private school. And the private school said that I couldn't come back until I had a psychiatric evaluation because I caused a lot of havoc. And then I went to Pierce. And so once I got to Pierce, then I wasn't Mexican enough to be with the bros, you know, and I wasn't, you know, so I basically hung out with the Crips all the time. And then I went to Reagan, you know.
Monica, you said you left the area you were at when you were 14.
Mm-hmm.
And it was full of Crips. Like, how did you live in such a caustic environment and not like it didn't rub off on you at all?
No, you just haven't seen Hood Monica come out. It's cool.
I love it.
Wow. And Abe, when you were growing up, like before you went into the military, what were the gangs like where you were at?
It was more of West Side. Like the West Side, there was a lot of, it's more like a lot of drugs, like affiliations with drugs. Mm-hmm. So you had people that claimed to be from the West Side. There was nobody they were just representing the West Side, South Side. There wasn't even dealing with Bloods or Crips. But if you go into an area that was from the West Side, they'll come in and try to fight you. Mm-hmm. Or they'll say, hey, let's meet by the church. And, you know, you're getting a fight there. Sometimes they'll come in numbers, but mine was a small town, but there was a lot of mafia, like literally la mafia. I remember Shit, I went up to the corner store down my block to go get a loaf of bread. You know, I was in shorts, barefooted, no shirt. That's how I used to go because it's so hot down in the valley.
Mm-hmm.
I grabbed the bread, and my mom said, "You better not be crushed or nothing like that." Then this guy that was like, man, was an older guy. He was high on some shit. Pull out a fucking excuse my language. He pulled out a knife on me, and he's trying to stab me with a knife, and he was high on something, you know. So I was dodging and dodging him. So you know, I was a kid. I took off running. It was like an older guy, you know, trying to stab me with a knife. So I made it home. I didn't tell my mom, but I got a spanking because the bread was crushed a little bit.
You
know,
like,
things like that, or
the bread, the pan.
There was another. The corner store was right there. There was another time where there was a black mafia car with tent windows. I was coming from the store, and these guys broke into the house. They had shotguns, dressed all in black, and you just hear boom, boom, boom. They come outside, and I'm just standing there with my loaf of bread like this, you know, just looking at them, and they rolled down the window, and one of them says, "What should we do with them?" They say, "You know, we're not supposed to do anything to kids." Then he looks at me and said, "You're lucky," but I'm just looking at him like I'm not afraid. I'm just like not moving, you know, because I heard the shotguns go off or whatever. So they took off, and I just walk away, you know, and I go to the house. I never would tell my mom anything. Like, I never told her about the guy that came at me with a knife. I didn't tell her about that incident because I didn't want her to worry, you know. But I was just in some situations, and I was only a kid, you know.
Wow.
See, there was one time I was going to a different store, which is 2 blocks down, and in the alley, 2 crooked policemen were beating the hell out of a kid that he was already a teenager. They're beating the hell out of him. So I ran, and I was looking at the dad, and I was telling him that his son was in the alley. So the whole family went out there, and you know they got him out of the grasp of the cops, and you know. But yeah, my town is all drug affiliated, man.
Which is it? Where were you from? Westlaco?
Raymondville, Texas.
Raymondville, okay.
Raymondville.
Because I know Westlaco.
There's this guy. I just put it this way. There's this guy that I met up here in Temple, and he's like, "Where are you from, man?" I said, "From Raymondville, Texas." And he's like, "Oh yeah, man, I was locked up over there in one of the prisons over there because they have state prisons." It said, "You got the conecta, man." They're saying that's where the main stuff comes from, you know. That's what you see, yeah. But that's one of the reasons I got out of there. You know, I was working at Walmart. It's like the cops were the gangs, you know.
Yeah.
I'm working at Walmart, and I had thrown some trash, but there was some stuff in there that I wanted to take home to my brother and sister because, you know, I was working 2 jobs. And as I'm there, I seen a police car that's backed up to the receiving area. They're loading up microwaves and TVs.
Sounds like Hearn. The Hearn Walmart was
Texas.
the first one in the country to close because of the theft.
Yeah,
And it was the police were involved. There was all this, you know, mess.
Well, that's the way Raymondville was, man. They would find people in the canals, wrapped in barbed wire and chairs, tortured. They would find people in the sugarcane, where they would burn the sugarcane.
Mm-hmm.
There people in the sugarcane. There was a guy that was missing for about 20 years, and they finally found him at the pier at the port with inside his car, you know. So yeah, there was a lot of violence, crooked cops. I know when I went there to visit my brother and sisters after the war, I got surrounded by 4 of them that tell me to leave the town or else. I said, "Man, I just got here. I haven't even been here an hour. You know, I was at a little bar." I said, "Leave now." I said, "I'm not going to leave." And I showed them my ID that I was in the military. They said, "Okay." They take off, and next thing you know, I'm sitting there, and I go to the restroom. This guy, big old guy, comes and steps on my foot, and is looking at me, looking at him, and I knew the guy. He was older. He was older than me, but he was kind of like slow. And I said, man, I can whoop his butt right now here in the restroom, but but there were like 15 of them that were waiting for me outside. So they told me, you want to handle it now or you want to handle it later on? I said, I'm not gambling, man. We'll handle it later on, when whatever, because the cops send these guys over there. So then at the end of the night, it's already closing. This guy comes in with a gun in his shirt, and he's looking, and he looks at me and says, hey, it's somebody I knew. I said, what's going on, hey? Long time no see. I said, well, I got a little problem, man. You see all those guys that are outside? So they're all waiting for me to come outside. I said, what? I said, yeah. And I told him what happened and all this. This guy knew my sisters, and he was with them. I said, look, we can solve this. I said, look, I just came back from war. I don't have to, it doesn't have to get ugly. They have to go through all of you, and, it's going to be a massacre or anything like that. I told them, how about this? You tell them what kind of beers they want. I'll buy cases of beer or whatever they want. And I leave tomorrow back to Fort Hood. I said, tell them that they took care of me, but they don't, nobody needs to get hurt in any kind of way. So yeah, he went outside, talked to him, came back, but like 4 cases of beer. It's more expensive when you buy it from the bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I gave it to him, but when the time went outside, there was nobody out there. But that's how crooked it is, man. It's a lot of people have died because of crooked people. Like, just hardly the gang is the. I mean, maybe I'm saying it too. I don't live there no more, but the gang at those times, the gang was the police. The police.
Those dropping off points right there. You got like all the way from where you were at, just all the way up the border. From Moros all the way up to Las Pedras Negras. I mean, it's a long.
Yeah, there's people that are in the family that are affiliated with that shit. And they're affiliated with Mexico from the cartels from over there. So I was around all that stuff, man. I remember one of my uncles passed away. I went to his funeral, and then we were at the parish hall. And at that time, I was already out of the army. And my brother, he had short hair, and is like, "Are you the one that was in the army?" And they're looking at my younger brother, and they're talking kind of heavy to him. Then I stood up, and as I said, "It was me. What do you want? What's up? What do you want to do?" And they're looking at me, and they're looking at each other. And I told my brother, let's get out of here. And we got the hell out of town, man. I don't even go visit my hometown. And when people ask me, how come you don't go visit your hometown? Because they had a hit for me in my hometown. They had this is how crooked they are. When everything happened in my family with my mother, because how they surrounded me, I reported to my NCOIC, and they did an internal investigation. So there was a policeman from that town that told them of what happened in my family. They told them that there was a insurance fraud going on where people would buy insurance from the same insurance guy, and in that insurance it had my mother, my father's name, and all our names. So they found out that there was a hit out on me, and they told me that I wasn't allowed to go back home, when I was in the army. But then that NCOIC I reported to told me, I'm going to give you 2 weeks to go over there and get your brothers and sisters out of there and bring them over here, get them to safety, because they're on the hit list too. So that's what it was about. They were trying to, take me out so they can collect more money from the insurance, because other people within the town had bought illegally, right? Well, they had bought, because at one point in time you could put insurance on anybody and claim it, right?
Wow.
So it was like a win-win situation. That's how messed up the town is. Most of those people that were there, they're gone. They're already deceased, But there's some people that are around my age that are like, well, we don't know what was happening. We didn't know it, but they know. It's a small town. Everybody knows everything. It's just nobody doing nothing about it. And it's still the same way till this day. As a mind, it looks like a freaking what do you call it? A ghost town now. It's like it's missing. It's run down real bad, and a lot of drugs. There's always been drugs there, man. Just put it this way: marijuana, cocaine, heroin, whatever. It's there because of the border. That's what's coming in through the borders. Children getting freaking smuggled in for the pedophiles in of a government. That's why they got the borders open. The ones that are making the money is the drug dealers, the coyotes, but it's more of for the pedophiles. That's why they got the open borders. There's people coming in, but there's a lot of kids missing. Because they're being killed, or used by the pedophiles and the crooked government that we have that's in power right now. There's so many of them that on both parties, whether it's Republican or Democrat, and it's been happening for years where, maybe not the children on this side of the border are missing, but the children from Mexico are missing.
They're missing on both sides.
Yeah,
600,000 a year here in the United States go missing.
And
they're telling you what they're doing to them. I mean, they're literally saying it, and everybody's taking it like it's a freaking joke, or they're not believing it.
That's why they got like my wife's got a cousin that's been missing for over 30 something years.
Let me say something here, Abe. Did you hear? Not to trivialize, I want to ask you guys if y'all have heard this. Monica, I don't know if you've heard this. Joe, Abe. The Wayfair thing. You know about that?
The what?
Wayfair.
I know about that.
You know what that is, Joe? Yeah.
I think
they're saying, and I say they, and Tolstoy says the people that say they don't know who they are, but I do know who they are. I'm not going to say who I think they are, but they were selling children and disguising it as furniture. Yes.
Oh,
buy this dresser named Lisa for $25,000.
Yeah, $12,000 armoire. Named, Joe. Sorry, I'm going to use your name, but just Joe.
Let's go.
And it's horrible because there's trafficking going on, and it has been for a long time.
Yes,
they create war-torn situations, like what was going on in Guatemala. They were smuggling children out of Guatemala for a long time. And I talked to a guy who was Colombian, and I knew him. I'm not going to get into what the hell it was, but I knew this guy, and he was a pilot, and he was bringing stuff into Nicaragua, and then he was taking stuff into Venezuela. Back before they really clamped down with the communists, they started charging too much money or whatever. But he was doing whatever, and he told me that these wars that they were fighting, it was just rife with children going missing. That was really what it was. They were just destabilizing these countries so that they could take these children.
Yeah, I think that's why they took us off the milk cartons. Like literally, because that used to be a big campaign. And me personally, as a kid, I've dodged 2 full-fledged kidnappings. Like the first time I was on Breaker Lane and I-35, and dude came and snatched me up. I was probably in 4th grade, and I just kicked and screamed so much that I guess he gave it up and let me go. And the second time I was walking walking from North Lamar to South Lamar, and I was walking from Walnut Creek swimming pool down to Runberg, and there was it was kind of like a fireworks stand, but it used to be like a what do you call it? Like a flea market on the weekends. And I was coming across the bridge, and I just remember feeling like a weird feeling. And I was like, dude, you just need to get. And there was this dude, and he was like poking out the side, like looking. And I was like, yep, nope. But back then I used to run from the police and everything. So I was like, there's no way this dude's catching. But yeah, dude literally chased me from that spot. I started hopping fences, and just getting away. But yeah, I've had, back in that gap, I had two pieces in my life where, yeah, I was literally almost abducted. It wasn't no BS. It's scary as hell. And yeah, didn't want to have nothing to do with none of that afterwards. And I understood the captivation of children.
Yeah, it was bad. In my hometown, there was I think when I was in the army in 1990 something, there was a lady that owned us. Her name was Olga Contreras, and she made national news. The reason she made national news is that she had a little apartment complex. Then she got this location name was called the Rock Courts. She had prostitution over there underneath the apartment complex. She had people like prisoners underneath there, where she was a coyote, but she was prostituting young girls too. She got busted. It happened like in 1990 something when it came out on the news. What happened to her? I'm thinking in the 90s when I was in the army when it showed up. But that woman was evil. I remember we'd be in church, and her oldest daughter was named Rosemary, and all of a sudden she would just stand up and she would say, "My mom is a devil. She's an evil person," and all these things. And she would say, "Oh, she didn't know what she's talking about." But all the time that her daughter was saying this is because she was doing all this illegal activity. As far as I know, she came out of prison and went to Mexico. I guess she had all her money in Mexico, so she moved to Mexico. But
let me ask you this: when you said you came from California, what city, Monica?
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa. Okay. How big of a city is that exactly? I mean, I don't know how big it is exactly.
I would have to look at it. It's a decent sized city. It's the county seat for Sonoma County.
Yeah. So when you were growing up, were there children that went missing there?
There were rumors of children going missing when I was in elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
There were the hillside murders, and some people thought it was the Zodiac doing it. There was a serial killer, like the game show, the guy that was on the dating game, who turned out to be
I remember that guy.
He cruised through the town. Now I don't know if he did anything there, but he was known to like be in that town. And when I was like 7-ish years old, some dude did try to kidnap me off the corner. I was waiting for my friend out front.
Somebody tried to kidnap you?
Mm-hmm. When I was 7-ish, because this is when I lived in the like hood part of town. Like that's no joke. It was not a nice area, but I was staying the night with my grandparents, who lived literally like just down the street from my father, and I had a friend that lived directly across the street, and it was where her house was a corner, right? And I went over to play. It was pretty early in the morning, and she wasn't ready to come out yet, so I was just kind of playing around front, like swinging. I remember I was swinging on the stop sign, right? And I noticed this car drive by like 3 or 4 times. And I remember it because it was like an older model car, like a 1940s style car. It stood out. And eventually the guy pulls up to where his driver's side door is next to me, right? So he's just, the door is separating us. And I'm this little tiny 7-year-old girl. And he's like, "Do you know where so-and-so street is?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you go back this way." It was down by my elementary school. And I'm like, "You turn right, you go down, you turn right again. It's right there past the school." And he's like, "Hey, I'll give you some money if you get in the car and show me where that is." And I remember thinking, "Holy shit, this guy's gonna kidnap me." And I remember looking in the back because I looked at him and I thought it was weird. And it like all the danger signals are going off, right? In my little head. And I look in the back and he's got like black trash bags all over the back of his, like the floor of the car in the back. And I remember that freaked me out. And I was thinking, if he opens the door, I'll grab a hold of the stop pole, right? I'll grab a hold of the stop sign, right? I had to have weighed like 80 pounds, maybe, you know, I mean, it was nothing. And this guy was a big guy. And I remember I started freaking out and I was so scared I couldn't scream because I wanted to scream, right? Because I was scared. And I started backing up and I remember my mouth was open and I was trying to scream, but nothing was coming out. And I'm walking backwards and I tripped over the hedge in front of my friend's house. And I just remember scrambling like backwards on my, on my rear end and my hands, just trying to get away from the guy. And I guess it must have freaked him out because he just looked at me and he just watched me do all of this. And then he took off. And the whole incident just scared me so bad. I remember I ran up to my friend's like porch because it was like an enclosed porch. And I remember I just kind of curled up in the corner and I was waiting to see if his car drove by again because he'd already driven by like, 3 or 4 times before he did that. And I finally went home and I didn't tell anybody because like a few months earlier, the neighbor had opened their door and told their dog to attack me, right? So the dog like chased me down and bit me on the back. And my grandfather was out front and he saw the whole thing. And he was friends with the county sheriff, right? So I had like sheriff deputies in my face. I'm this kid. It scared me. And I'm thinking, if I tell them that this man tried to kidnap me, I'm going to have to go through all that again. I don't want to talk to the cops. It scared me so bad. And eventually, like that night, I was staying with my grandmother again. And I remember I was laying in bed and she, we would lay there and, talk about our days. And I was finally like, well, I guess I have to, I told her, I think somebody tried to kidnap me. And I told her what happened. And she flipped out. And my grandfather, she started screaming for my grandfather. And then, of course, inevitably, I've got the sheriffs in my face again. And they want the description of the guy. What does a guy look like? You have to tell us what he looks like. And I'm trying to explain to them the best I can, right? Because I'm 7 years old. And he looked like Shirley's boyfriend on Laverne and Shirley, like Carmine. He had like curly hair. He looked very Italian, but I couldn't describe anything other than he looked like Carmine. He had curly hair and kind of, it's olive complexion, but I couldn't describe that as a 7-year-old. I'm trying to explain to them the best that I can what this guy looks like. And yeah, I mean, that's where it ended. But yeah, I mean, the guy 100% was trying to get me into the car with him. And there were rumors that I had heard, in the school, like kids talk, that, some kid from our school that, didn't show up anymore got kidnapped, or, over the summer, so-and-so was kidnapped and, hurt. And I remember like when I was freaking out, kind of backing up, thinking all those thoughts in my head, like, oh my God, the guy's going to kidnap. And it was around the time of Adam Walsh too. I want to say, I can't remember if it was before or after that, but it was like around that time.
Yeah, that's crazy too, how you can, kind of like we were talking about the energy thing. In my 2 experiences when I almost got, abducted and actually snatched up at one point, like you can feel it coming on. So you can feel the evil that's surrounding the incident that's about to happen. It's not just like we say, like a flesh and blood thing. No, there's a big evil that's
Oh yeah,
distributing its energy. And because like when I knew it, like the first time, I felt it right before I literally got snatched up like this, like from behind. pulled up off my feet and started getting dragged to a car.
Goodness.
And yeah, but I knew it. It was weird. Like I was like, something ain't right, and I was by a cemetery at the time, right at I-35 and Breaker Lane. There's a 7-Eleven and there's a cemetery next to it. So I kind of bugged it off as, you're just feeling the cemetery vibe. But no, like I got snatched up off my feet and, started getting dragged and like, but I had the premonition, I had the energy that I could feel before it happened, and same with the second time I almost got abducted is I was walking, the bridge was in between me and the flea market spot. And I knew it was going to happen. And I was like, nope, get across the street, like something deep down, God, that's what I give it up to. But yeah, it was, you can feel the evil.
Yeah, most of those evil people practice witchcraft. Brujos, brujas. That lady, she was into witchcraft. People that are kidnapping and sending up to the people up there within the White House and throughout the states. Evil people. That's what they do. The ones in Mexico, they do their own blood sacrifices over there. They kidnap the kids and kill them over there.
Well, they were doing that in Matamoros. That's how that one guy.
Yeah, it is happening. It's been happening for years.
Kilgore was killed.
Yeah,
it's been happening for years. It just nobody's talking now. It's like this sick people, pedophiles, and they're in power. They're open the borders, and there's a lot of children disappearing. They're just not talking about it because they're from Mexico. There's some that are being kidnapped here too, but a lot are being smuggled in for that purpose.
I think a lot of this too is why they want to herd us into cities, and these 15-minute cities. They're like, yeah, and everything's just right there. And then we're all just shoved in together and we just have children so they can take them and do whatever they want to do to them.
Yeah.
I believe that's
and it's the same people kidnapping people like at the Walmarts and the stores along the highways. They try to lure women to the vehicles. That's just human smuggling. That's what I grew up with,
What followed me back from the grocery store one night. They watched. I remember because they were sitting in their car when I pulled into the grocery store.
How long ago was this?
When this was 15 years ago, maybe. I mean, it's been a minute. But I mean, this was in Dallas, right? And I just gotten off of work, and I'm dressed in, a suit. I'm, dressed professionally. Get out of the car. They're sitting in the car facing me. I didn't think anything of it. I think it's a dude waiting for his wife or his girlfriend to come out, right? So I go in, I just grab a couple of things. I come back out to the car and they're still in the car waiting. Again, I don't think anything of it, right? It's just somebody waiting. Well, I pull out and I'm driving and they pull out and start driving behind me. And I remember I noticed it, because I'd been in the jewelry industry. I had to learn how to tell if people were tailing you. And I was like, okay, well, that was weird. I didn't see anybody get into his car, for him to come out. But I was like, I didn't think anything of it at first, just kind of wrote it off. And so I'm going down the road and you have to make a series of very specific turns to get to where I live. And he was behind me the whole time. And so I start going in crazy, just down random streets to see is it a coincidence or not? And no, I mean, they followed me straight to my house and I had called my husband on the phone. I was like, somebody's following me. I don't know what to do. And he's like, just come home, which is stupid. I mean, I really shouldn't have done that, but I did. And I pulled into the driveway and they pulled up, blocking the driveway. And Chris came out and then they took off. So they'll follow you. I mean, grown. I mean, it's not just kids.
Hey, Chris saved you. You said Chris wouldn't save you. Or you said he would help you. I was like,
I mean,
he's the
walked
hero.
out.
They could be following you for about a week and know your every move where you go to, and then just set up a point where they're going to kidnap you.
Yeah, I mean, it is children. It is 100% children, but it's adults too.
But grown-ups too.
Grown-
Yeah, at the Walmart here in Temple, they try to kidnap or many people already. Anything along the main highway, they've been kidnapping, trying to kidnap women, children. I was picking up my son from the bus stop, and my son was in pre-K. I got there and I heard some girls screaming. They were screaming like they were scared. So I took up running up the street. I seen a guy trying to pull one of the girls into a vehicle, and I told him to let her go. And I run after him, and he pushes her away and gets in the vehicle, and he's taking off. And I break his freaking his driver's side. Break, boom, bust the window, and freaking I'm trying to grab him, and he just takes off, So the police show up. And I gave him the description of the vehicle, and they said, hey, he's got a broken window also because I smashed it in. But yeah, it's crazy. Some sick individuals that really don't give a damn about anybody's life.
Just what
Sick people of the balance. That's dealing with the balance, good and evil. Bottom line. But I witnessed this all my life. Check it out. This is how sick people are. The day that everything happened with my mother, right? She got murdered. Freaking the following day, get a phone call at around 11 at night, and all I could hear on the the phones then were on the wall. We had one of those phones on the wall. I pick up the phone and I say hello, and I could hear all these women laughing, brujas. They're all laughing, and you could hear like they had it sounded like either they had a cat they were killing, or they had a child they were killing, a baby, because it sounded like a baby crying. And as they're, I guess, killing the animal or the baby, you don't hear it no more. And they were laughing on the freaking phone. Wicked people, evil people.
And unfortunately, in the world that we're living in now, there is more wicked than there is good. We are living in a time, like I keep telling people, it's called the Kali Yuga, and morality is down to 25%. That can be translated to there's only 25% of goodness in everybody, or it's just 1 in 4 people is good.
But Joe says, I think Joe's got the Monica, Joe, because y'all have experienced it, so you can feel the freaking presence of evil when that happens, because it's like your spirit is letting you know something ain't right. Get out of the situation. That's why you're sensing the evil, Just like I've sensed it all throughout my life when the brujas and brujas will come after me, it's a spiritual battle,
Yeah. No, you're
It's about
absolutely right.
My story I told on the show, I was like 2, but it happened more than once. It happened to me when I was 8. And I was like with 2 of my friends, Ronnie and David, and these guys, there were 2 guys, and they pulled up and they were like kind of disheveled looking, kind of Joe Dirtish looking dudes, I guess. I don't know. And asked if he wanted to ride. And I was like, nah, we're good. We're walking our bikes. You can put them in the back of the truck. And I'm like, I literally was like, I was always really, kind of like, I don't know, I guess I don't want to say like I was smarter than my peers, but I was always like, what are you up to? I was like, why are you asking 3 8-year-old kids, like, what, if we want to ride, dude? All right, F off, like I literally said that. The guys like, oh, you got a potty mouth. That's kind of cute. I'm like, wow, okay. And luckily we were right there by one of our Little League coach's house. I just like walked the bike over there to his house and I threw it down and then just started knocking on the door, and they just drove off. And then Coach Haynes came out and I was like, hey, these some guys were messing with us. I got a partial license plate, and we went inside and we used the phone and we called or whatever. And for what I was told later on, that they were actually picked up. Like, I think they were from like Cameron, Texas or something like that, if I remember correctly. They were cruising around Rockdale. And one of them had a record from what my dad said. And my dad said somebody at the power plant had told him that, because my dad was like, he freaked out. He was like, what the hell? Him and my mom both, And I was a latchkey kid. And they were like concerned about it for a couple of days. And then like, well, time to go back to work and not give a shit about what just happened. We got to make money and chase the almighty dollar, because somehow we're going to take it with us.
Yep.
to them.
And my wife's missing a cousin, been missing for 35 years. She got kidnapped when she was, I think, 12 years old.
There was a woman that gave us a story, and we haven't fully, fleshed it out yet. But she claims to have been held hostage in the Philippines. We were talking about the Philippines earlier, yeah, in the Philippines, and she was held hostage for 4 years as a child, from the time she was like, I think 13 till she was 17.
Drug smuggling. Trafficking, human trafficking.
Yeah, she said that like the people that had the reason that she reached out to me though is not to tell me a story of human trafficking, but of what these people were capable of, because she saw all kinds of weird stuff, like them, in conjuring things up and using the children as like conduits, like their energy. And it's something I've talked about on Rumble, because she talked about seeing them do things, like I'm not even going to get into it. Taking life, to conjure up demonic forces and them actually shape-shifting themselves. And I got somebody, I struck a nerve when I talked about somebody who had seen the gypsies do a magic ceremony and actually turn into a werewolf. And this one woman, she was all up in arms, messaging me and saying all kinds of crap. You don't know nothing about us. Blah, 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 blah. I know where you come from. It's more than you do. Most of them don't even know. Most people don't even know their own heritage. And then they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm this and I'm that." And I'm like, "Do you know where that's at, or like, anything about your culture, your heritage?" And they'll tell you, "Well, you know more about it than I do." Exactly. So I just told her, I was like, "Where do you come from?" She's like, "Romania." I said, "No, bullshit. Okay, where'd you come from originally? You didn't come from no damn Romania. You call yourself Roma." And then most people don't even know why it's called Romania. Does anybody even know why the country's called Romania? Anybody? Well, it was called Dacia. And the Romans, the last great conquest was the Dacian Empire. And the Romans conquered it, and they took so much gold out of there. There's no gold left in the country. They looted it big time. Like I said, it was the last great conquest that the Roman Empire ever really, but it was enough gold to fuel the empire for 200 more years. So it was crazy. But then it became a province of Rome, but the Dacians fought so fiercely to defend what they had that the Romans genocided them to the point where they repopulated it with the Roman people. So it became Romania, land of the Romans. And they interbred with what was left of the Dacians. And they were literally, it became like a Slavic land that became Latin. Like if you ask a Romanian, they'll be like, "We're Latin." And they're not wrong, because a lot of them are really from the Roman times. But there was a large influx of gypsy blood from the Guturas. And so when they went there, they interbred with the Romans, and then they became this other race of people. And a lot of the non-gypsy people became very resentful of the large influx of gypsies, and they call themselves Roma. They're not Roman. They're not Latin. They're literally from India. That's where they're from. And when I told this lady that, she's like, "You MFer, you're full of shit. You're spreading hate. You bigot hate, blah, blah, blah." And I said, "Lady, go steal some hubcaps or whatever it is that I don't give a shit about what you do or what you say. I'm not trying to be rude or ugly to anybody." And she's like, "My brothers would whip your ass." I said, "They wouldn't whoop my ass on their best day." I was like, "I know one gypsy that could probably whoop my ass. His name is Tyson Fury. I don't know any others." And those are actually the travelers. They're a little different. They've interbred with the Irish in particular, and they're very tough people. And they show videos of them fighting all the time. And I was joking around one time on one of the videos. I said, "I'm not impressed." And it's like, "We'll whoop your ass." Like, yeah, right. Not when you move that slow. But, some of them have done very well as fighters. But those are different, though. The travelers, in some of the slang, they call them pikes. It's not a name you should use. They don't like being called that. But the ones in mainland Europe, though, they really are.
Yeah.
They call themselves Roma, but they're not really they're not Romanian, they're not Rome, they're not any of they're thieves from Gutra. It's true.
I'll tell you about the incident I had with a gypsy woman over there. Well, it was a young female.
Or in Germany?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all over.
Yeah.
That she turned into that old lady. I think I shared the story. I don't know if y'all remember that story. But man, that scared I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it scared the crap out of me. Literally, I took off running like a bat out of hell, man. Like full speed. I was faster than O.J. Simpson, faster than Usain Bolt that day. I was flying, man. Because of what I witnessed. You know, I was only 19. But yeah, the Turkish people were mean too.
Yeah.
They were big old knives. And they disliked the gypsies. They're always fighting each other.
They're always fighting each other, yeah. And what's crazy too is like the Turkish people, like one thing that people don't understand, and let me explain this to you. If you're an American, you need to understand about people. They're always like, the Iranians this and the Iranians that, because they parrot back what they're being told in the media. Do you realize that there's like 6 different races of people that live in Iran? They're not all Muslim and they're not all Persian. And they have different, tribal ethnicities, and they have different beliefs. There's Zoroastrian, there's different types of Islam, there's Christianity, and there's Jewish, and there's Jewish Iranians, and people don't understand that. They don't know that there's all these different types of Turkish people too. The Turkish people in the East could not be more different than the Turkish people in the West. Turkish people in the East are much more Arabic influence and from the Levant. And the people in the West are much more European. So it's called Asia Minor, and everybody's run through there, just like Afghanistan and the Khyber Pass. Every great conqueror from Tamerlane to Alexander has run through there. Genghis Khan. People don't understand, and and they say things about, they just parrot something that they heard instead of going and reading about it and learning about that culture, or they get a stereotype or whatever. So I guess this person, they were saying that I was stereotyping, but stereotypes are there for a reason. But I believe in this. I believe if there's a stereotype, it's up to you to change it. Do what you do. Do your part to change that stereotype. Instead, it's like, oh, you're persecuting me for whatever. Well, I dealt with a bunch of Romas at a place called Menlo, and they basically attacked 2 of my guards. And then they stole everything from everybody around them and caused a lot of problems. There were a couple of underage girls that got pregnant, and then I see some of them on the corners begging, and they're able-bodied men that could be working, but they don't. They choose not to. And they are nomadic. I don't care about the nomadic part, but it is the taking advantage of other people. That's the part I don't like. And they mistreat the women in their culture very badly. And they're not allowed to do anything or speak or whatever without being asked to do this or do that. And they like to hit them. I witnessed it.
They don't cringe flirt?
Huh?
They don't cringe flirt? That's bullshit.
Yeah, and then cringe flirt. And then they sit there and they're always like, oh, you talk bad and ill of our people, blah, 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 blah. And I told the truth. And you don't like it. Well, tough shit. That's life.
No, I've seen them.
I apologize for that way people act. I'm not going to say when I say something about it. I'm sorry. No.
When I was a kid, that was like a young kid, like I'd say pre-elementary. That was like one of my mom's biggest things. She was like, I'm going to sell you to the gypsies.
Well, because the gypsies take children.
If you don't quit acting a fool, I'm going to sell you to the gypsies. And I was like, what?
And then they're always like, well, we're an oppressed people, that's your choice.
Hey, so
to be that way.
Was it Tyson King, the Gypsy King? Tyson
Fury, yeah.
He got beat by a Gypsy King too, from
it's
a different country.
Yeah, he got beat by Usyk, who's
Is he Gypsy also?
No, he's Cossack. or he's
Cossack.
half Cossack. Yeah, that's my people actually. And they're all part Cossack, and then there's some full blood like Golovny. He's full blooded Cossack. My dad's side's got a lot of Cossack blood, and we're fighters too, and we're known as being very violent. It's actually a really weird thing. The Cossacks are actually like Northern Europeans, but they lived in an area surrounded by Slavs. But they're in a genetic anomaly. They're not related to the people around them, and there's a simple reason for that. I'm pretty sure they were just Vikings.
Yeah.
They just kept traveling until they got south and said, "This is warm enough for us." I mean, it's cold to the average American, but it's warm for them. And there's people here. Well, we can fix that. We're just going to kill them, and they just did. They just wiped them out and said, "This region here between the Urals and the Caucasus is just going to be ours." So then the Rus, which are the Russians, they said, "Well, don't like you being in their land," and they were like, "Well, then make us leave, do something about it." And they tried, and they got their ass whooped over and over and over again. And the Turks tried, and then they got their ass whooped over and over and over again. And then the Tartars tried, and they got their ass whooped over and over and over again. And so did the Germans, and so did the Poles, and so did the Czechs, and everyone else. The Cossacks were never defeated, ever. Ever. That is the truth. They destroyed many, many, many tribes of people who tried to dethrone them and get rid of them. And eventually, the Sultan, he went to Ivan the Terrible, and he says, "We need to work together to do something about the Cossacks. They keep raiding. I know they're raiding you. They're raiding us." And Ivan the Terrible told the Sultan, he says, "What do you do with such people?" He's like, "I can't do anything about them. You want to get rid of them? Then you do something about them, because we can't stop them. All we can do is just kind of pacify them." So that led to the Cossacks. They were also sailors, Black Sea pirates. They got on their ships that were very much Viking shaped, which is another reason why people think that they were, and they raided Istanbul, which had not been taken by a Christian army since the fall of Constantinople. And it was sacked and completely burned, and the entire harem of the Sultan was taken from him by the Cossacks. And they wrote a really nasty letter to them. There's a very famous picture. Look it up. Cossacks writing a letter to the Sultan. And it is a very funny letter that they wrote to him. And they called him like every name in the book. And this dude was infuriated because nobody had ever talked to the great caliphate this way. And they also had a disdain for him because they were Christian and he was Muslim. And so they hated the Muslims. But it's a very famous picture. It's a Cossack letter written to the Sultan of Turkey. There it is, right here.
Awesome.
The reply of the Zaporizhian Cossacks. This is the picture right here, folks. I'll see if you get it. If you can take a look at that picture, you see it? That's the Cossacks, and they're literally it's a drawing of them writing the letter. May explain why I'm kind of the way I am too. Maybe I don't know. It's just so what happened was in 1676, based on the legend, it says the Cossacks were sending an insulting reply to an ultimatum that was given to them by the Sultan Mehmed IV. There were a lot of Mehmeds. It says, according to the story, the Cossacks from beyond the rapids, the Ukrainian Cossacks inhabiting the lands between the lower Dnieper River and Ukraine, they had defeated the Ottoman Empire forces in battle. However, despite his army having suffered this loss to them, Mehmed demanded that the Cossacks submit to Ottoman rule. The Cossacks, led by Ivan Sirko, replied in a characteristic manner. They wrote a letter replete with insults and profanities. The painting exhibits the Cossacks' pleasure at striving to come up with ever more base vulgarities. In the 19th century, the historical Cossacks were sometimes the subject of picaresque tales demonstrating admiration of their primitive vitality and contemptuous regard for authority. It says, in marked contrast to the more civilized subjects of the authoritarian Russian state, Whether the incident portrayed actually happened is just another of these tales is not fully known. And then it goes on to say the correspondence, blah, blah, blah. And here's what it says. It says, while working on the original version, during the Russian invasion. Anyways, they say some really horrible things to the Sultan, like calling him like eater of dogs, and they call him a cur, and his mother was a everything else under the sun. And because he says that when he sent them this letter, he talks about he's the emperor of this and the master of that, and all these different countries and kingdoms that he ruled and all this other crap. And so when they replied to him, it was basically just one long insult telling him to go eat shit. And I wish I had it. I wish I had the words. Anthony, if you're listening, I don't know, you could look it up. He found it one day, and it was the letter. I'm trying to see if this is it right here. Or maybe this is it. I could read that. It's a funny letter, and then we'll get off here. But then it just shows like how many different people had tried to take the Cossacks down, and they never could. Here it is. It says Sultan Mehmed IV to the Zaporizhian Cossacks. As the Sultan, son of Mohammed, brother of the sun and moon, grandson and viceroy of God, ruler of the kingdoms of Macedonia, Babylon, Jerusalem, Upper and Lower Egypt, emperor of emperors, sovereign of sovereigns, extraordinary knight, never defeated, steadfast guardian of the tomb of Christ, trustee chosen by God himself, the hope and comfort of all Muslims, confounder and great defender of Christians, I command you, the Zaporizhian Cossacks, to submit to me voluntarily and without resistance, and to desist from troubling me with your further attacks. Now the Cossacks, under the command of Ivan Serko, responded to the Sultan with a letter that has entered the history of diplomacy and eschatology with honor. It says, Zaporizhian Cossack to the Turkish Sultan, O Sultan, Turkish devil and damned devil's kith and kin, secretary to Lucifer himself, what the devil kind of knight art thou? Thou canst not slay a hedgehog with your naked arse. The devil shits, your army eats it. Thou shalt not, thou son of a whore, make subjects of Christian sons. We have no fear of your army by land or by sea. We will battle with you. We will battle with thee, fuck thy mother, thou Babylonian, scullion, Macedonian wheelwright, brewer of Jerusalem, goat effer of Alexandria, swine herder of greater and lesser Egypt, pig eater of Armenia, Pandalonian thief, catamite of Tartary, hangman of Kamenets, and fool of all the world and underworld, and idiot before God. Grandson of the serpent and prick in our dick, pig snout, mare's arse, slaughterhouse cur, unchristian brow, screw thine own mother. So the Zaporizhians declare you a lowlife. You won't even be hurting pigs for us Christians. Now we'll conclude, for we don't know the date and don't own a calendar. The moon is in the sky, the year with the Lord, the day's the same over here as it is over there. For this, kiss our ass, Ivan Serko. So that is what my people basically responded to the Ottomans. So I come by it honestly. I mean, at least, my dad's side is like, you know what, go to hell.
It sounds like a fifth grader, like just saying every cuss word they've ever heard in their life.
Right? They just write up a big old thing and tell you to go stick it in your ass. And that's what I do. People are always like coming at me and telling me, oh, whatchamacallit, you're this and you're that. And I'm just like, why don't you go eat your dog's shit? I don't care. I mean, my mom is a Spaniard and a Comanche. That's what she is. And my dad is a Cossack and an Irishman. What do you think's going to happen when you tell me something? Which part of me is going to tell you to go F yourself? Is it the Spaniard, the Comanche, the Irishman, or the Cossack? Every one of those is a person that will not give a shit about you. And then when you're created, you're born fighting. There's not going to be any peace. So why do I give a shit what you have to say? They come at you sideways and like, and he said that, and I'm going to say a lot more shit, and you're not going to like it. Just, get over it. I mean, or You could just leave me. The simple solution would be leave me and my people alone. I won't ever mention your blasphemous ass, and you don't mention me. How about that? And then we would be both content. But they can't do that. They have to keep on pushing. And you have met the immovable object, and it's not going to happen. You're not going to move me. And they're always upset because you won't leave. They're like, he won't leave. And I've heard Ivan the Terrible crying to his son, the Cossacks won't leave Russia. And then you got the Sultan over there. Why won't these people leave us alone? Because you're bastards. You're both pieces of shit, and you deserve to be raided and messed with and screwed over. Whatever you think you own, you don't. The Cossacks had a very native view of the world, too. How do you own land? They told the Tsar, they told him, they were like, how do you own the earth? No one owns the earth. And it's funny because the Comanches had the same exact view, and I'm part Comanche. What's funny is that you can be 1/32nd of some sort of native and be an Indian in Oklahoma. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I can be a quarter here in Texas, and they don't give me shit.
Yeah.
So there's a guy up there who's less Indian than me who can say, yeah, I'm a native. Shut the F up, dude. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a samurai from Japan, bitch. Okay.
You got a blue-haired blonde dude from Ohio. He's like, yeah, I'm a quarter of Comanche. And it's like, no, dude, it's called rape, bro.
You don't see me coming out wearing a headdress and culturally appropriating because I'm and I'm a half breed too. I mean,
if I did, I'd need a bigger bandana because I got the 5 head going on. So,
but it's ridiculous. Like, these people, though, they don't read, they don't understand history, they don't know it, and they're doomed to repeat it because they don't get it. And we'll just keep on going in circles. And then they want to come out. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, she's real native. She was so funny.
Yeah.
She was so cute with her little. I'm native. It comes out just like she's like, I told you, 199th native. Sure, right. And the other 990? What is it? Straight up bitch. That's what she is. I mean, these people. It's so ridiculous. Folks, read. I was on a show last night with Blondes and Booze, and Gary Brand was on there, and Gary Brand is reading to kids at the library. I think that's an admirable thing. I think people need to do that. You need to teach these kids to read because kids don't like to read now. They want to play video games and all kinds of bullshit. And so read a book. Read. Because the amazing thing about the Cossacks was that they weren't illiterate. They could actually read. Right? And one of the things that the Comanches did, which was pretty incredible, was they would kidnap, and we're talking about kidnapping, they would kidnap, settlers, people, different, Hispanic, whatever, Asian, didn't matter, white people, black people. But if you were able to read, they wanted you to teach their children how to read the white man's language because they wanted to be able to read these treaties they were supposed to be signing. And of course, the Cossacks were compared a lot to the Comanches. They were called the Cossacks of the plains. The Comanches were, because the Europeans had seen these before, these raiders, and they went to the New World and they were like, there they are again. They're just natives, But the Cossacks are very much the same kind of people as the Comanches. They lived free and they died free. A lot of them were destroyed. They're literally, I was reading the other day, there's like 12% of what was once left. That's all that's left of them as full-blooded because they would not submit to communism. And so they fought it and fought it and fought it. The knock on them, though, was that a lot of them fought for Germany during World War II. But when you're being forced into starvation by communism because you fought as a white Russian against the Red Russians, you were a target. So when the Germans came, they were like, man, this is our chance to get back at these communists, And so there was a lot of them that helped. But if you look at the war and look at it correctly, you will see that there was a 3 million man army that marched into Russia. And most of it wasn't even German. That was Germany was about 800 to 900,000, and then a lot of it was their allies, you know. And then Germany kept pouring more and more troops into it. And the reason that the Germans couldn't commit as much as they wanted to is because they were fighting in the West. And that's why a lot of it was Italian and Romanian and Bulgarian and Hungarian and all these other types of people and volunteers from the Scandinavian countries that made up a lot of the SS Viking. But if you go and you read, and the war that was fought in the East was an unbelievable thing. The Panzers fighting the T-34s, some of the most amazing battles that I've ever read about, you know, and what these soldiers endured, some of them holding down positions for 2 years straight, just keeping it together, you know, going through summer and winter and staying alive, you know, eating their own shoes and shit. I mean, it was unbelievable. You wouldn't believe what they went through, you know, both sides. It was just a war of attrition. The reason that the Germans lost, and this is the absolute truth, is because of the supplies. The Allies continued to give the Soviets supplies. I still say that we should have let them kill each other, but we didn't. It was stupid. And then whenever they were weakened, then we went in and just defeated whoever won. But stupidly, we didn't do that. Because that was Soviets' plan, was to let Germany fight the West, and then they were going to go in and liberate everybody, because they had pamphlets already printed up before 1939 that were in German about how, you know, put your hands up, do this, do that. Why did they need those unless they were planning on an invasion? They were going to invade the West. It was going to happen. But, you know, the Cossacks were the losers in history because they were overrun by the communists, because they supported the Tsar during the revolution. Never before did they really help in any way, one way or the other, but they did fight against communism, and then of course they lost. Communism being one of the greatest evils that's the world's ever seen. I still stand by that. It is probably the worst regime that's ever existed in this you know, age. But so we're going to head out, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for everybody that joined us. I know we talked about everything under the sun and not as much paranormal as you probably would have liked, but I blame Monica for that.
Of course.
When men of scholarly knowledge, like myself, Abe, and Joe get together, well, a woman comes and they tend to, they spoil the soup.
I'm just the token estrogen factory.
Oh my God. You know, and they're going to take a clip of this and go, here he is, bashing women. You should never attack women. I'm like, yeah, okay. That's what we do all the time on PRT.
Don't forget, like, I am also the one that goes out and recruits for the cult here.
The cult.
Right.
That's right.
Brainwashed me into recruiting.
That is exactly what. And Joe, that was your responsibility to do the brainwashing. Did you get the brainwashing machine?
I was pushing it. Look at the 5 head. I was pushing it out there.
It's like Aquaman.
Telepathic lady. I was rocking it.
I always thought he was cool because he could get like the porpoises and stuff,
right.
Shark, to help him, you know.
I loved Aquaman.
Yeah, he was always like, come, my friends of the sea. Go and attack people that are on the land. I never understood how he did it. But they would go and like splash people on the land. You know, you're like, what?
He totally bangs cephalopods. I'm not down.
Dude, did he, you know, were they able to go into fresh water, into like canals and rivers and streams, or it was only seawater people?
It was only seawater.
Oh, okay. So if they weren't from the seawater, he couldn't control them.
No.
Okay. That would make sense. Electromagnetic currents would flow better through salt water.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, folks. So we're going to head out tomorrow night. I'm going to have a guest on. He's going to come on. He's going to talk. He's got a show. He's got some things that he's doing. I want to say something else real quick. I said this last night on Blondes and Booze for the 300 or so people that are in, and everybody else is going to watch it later. The stock split in NVIDIA, okay? And a bunch of people were messaging me, and they were saying, the stock is about to split. Should we buy it before or after? And I said it on the show last night, but there was only maybe 185 people in there or something, you know. But I'm going to say it again. It doesn't matter. You can still buy it today. Because when the stock split, if say it's like at 1,300, right? And you get 9 shares per 1 share that you own. If you would have bought it before the split, you would get those extra 9 shares. So the split, it would become 10 shares at $130 a share. So do the math. You would go the next day and you would buy it at $130 a share, buy 10 shares, and you're right back to where whatever. But I would say this. There's 2 things I'm going to say about the stock market right now. The platform that people use to buy stock, predominantly for us plebeians, is what? Robinhood. So how about you invest in Robinhood? So I would suggest Robinhood being one of the stocks I think you should invest in. That's one that I believe is going to hit. But if you don't hit, it's kind of gambling, you know what I mean? But I'm telling you, I told you to invest in gold, right? And it went up to 2,400 an ounce, right? I was right. Didn't I say that? I said invest in NVIDIA, and it went up. It's now the second largest company being publicly traded in the stock market. It is only eclipsed by Microsoft. It has surpassed the $3 trillion mark. So I was right about that. And this isn't I'm right, you're wrong, nobody's right or wrong. I'm just telling you, if you want to do these things, if you want to invest and make money, because if all you're doing, and you say you have a cash flow business, you're just making money in vain. You're just living to pay taxes and die. Okay. So what I'm telling you right now is go and invest in these. Now, if you want a slow growth, but I guarantee you it will be growth, but it's a creeper, but it's a solid investment, and it has been for a century. Coca-Cola. You know why? Because people drink it. I personally do not drink soft Coca-Cola or drinks like that, but some people do. And Barton's one of them. I told Barton one day, I said, you drink so much Coca-Cola, I'm going to buy stock in it, And so I would invest in Coca-Cola it's going to be there forever. And it just slowly grows, So, but if it's something you want to get in and get out, don't do it. And then there's certain, like Bitcoin it's so volatile, but it continues to bounce back. And I would say if you really wanted to get into some money, just to do something with your money, there's like Fidelity. There's different things you can do. Just look into trying to find a high interest yield account. They're out there. There's some that I got one that's 4.85 interest. So if you want to just let your money sit, then at least find one of those. Citibank has one. Wells Fargo recently had a really good deal on a CD, which was 5% interest. Let your money work for you. Warren Buffett said that if you're not making money while you sleep, you're broke. And that's the truth. So Valerie Guy says, I stopped day trading in 2021. Get out of the stock market. The petrodollar is going to zero. Yeah, but that's not necessarily the stock market. Texas now is building their own stock market. Did y'all know that? Everybody's up in arms because they said BlackRock is a part of it. I'm like, they're like, well, why is Abbott involving BlackRock? Because you can't do anything without them. That's why. It's pretty much the way it is. I could go on Rumble and explain to you exactly why it's connected to the whatever, but I'm not going to do it right now. A lot of people are saying pull your money out of stock market because a lot of people are leaving stock market. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you did what I said to do, you just made a bunch of money. That's if you did what you were told. But if you are going to do it, because I'm just saying this because a lot of people were messaging me about it. So if you are going to do it, that's what I would do. Exactly. Get out of currency and get into money. Currency is not money. That's actually 2 different things. Believe me, there's a promissory note that we believe is worth something. Right. And then there's the real money. Keep an eye on BRICS too. Does anybody know what BRICS is? Brazil, Russia, nobody knows. India, China, South America. BRICS are those countries joined together to challenge the dollar. And so far, they've done a pretty good job. But it does take a lot to unseat the dollar. People are like, well, they're trying to get rid of cash. Not anytime soon, until they're done printing as much of it as they can, because that's their personal piggy bank. But gold is where you should be always, because it's a hedge against inflation. So anyway, I plan on one of these days, if God allows me to live long enough, I'll write a book about it and tell you when I want to, charge $1. That way people will actually be work, and because if you give it to people for free, then they won't appreciate it. Charge them $1. Maybe they'll buy it and read it, and then they'll learn. Because if we all work together and actually started doing these things, you could flip the coin. But we don't. We stay divided, and we just pretend like, well, we're just going to have to struggle and survive, and then let the people on top just eat our lunch every day. Somebody says here, yeah, Warren Buffett knows exactly what he's doing. He doesn't need to stutter unless he's having a stroke. I can tell you this: Warren Buffett, Hathaway, Berkshire Hathaway it's never lost. Okay, he doesn't need to hide or do anything. He's one of the richest men on earth, and there's a reason for that. He knows exactly which stocks to buy and which ones to dump. And they're like, well, they were dumping stocks and buying others. They've been doing that since the beginning of time. I do believe, though, that we're headed for the greatest recession since the Depression, if not a depression. But it's not going to be global. Unfortunately, everybody thinks it's going to be some kind of global. No, it's going to hit us sideways. And so that's why you need certain investments. Invest in certain things. Precious metals. Rhodium is another one. Because, you're going to need these things. I see Monica shaking her head. You know about rhodium, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you invest in, Monica?
I don't have enough money to invest right now.
That is actually on hold. Those are plans for the future, sir. But anyway, if you have it, you should invest. You should. Yes. I'm just saying. I would not go crazy and be gambling in there, because it's very volatile right now. But there are some things that hit, and some things that are going to hit. I mean, it's just a matter of record. It's just truth. Real estate, always a good investment. Now, there was a housing bubble that I knew was going to pop, and I kept telling everybody, don't do it. Don't do it. But real estate, raw land is always a good, just buy it. If you can get your hands on it, do it.
Lex Luthor said it best: real estate will only go up.
Yeah, buy it, because God's not making more of it.
Yeah,
it's done. And so, anyways, somebody says paranormal topics, please. And, you know what? I'm going to say something really rude in my own head. I'm not going to say anything. But you know what? You can.
Screw you guys. I'm
time, dude. I just put you in timeout, dude. See that, dude? See what happens when you mess with me? So, paranormal topics, please. I'll be there tomorrow. Screaming paranormal topics. We'll do it tomorrow. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I had a great time. We talked about everything, and we had fun. Sorry for keeping you up so late, Monica. Good night. Sorry. See y'all.
Abe's falling asleep.
I'm tired. I got to get up. I got a very important business meeting at 11.
This is the way I look before I go to sleep.
Little hand, tiny hand.
Take the tiny hand. It's my strong hand.
Well, I'm giving you a standing ovation.
I just want to tell everybody.
Let me shake your hand, Joe. Let me shake your hand.
Shake my hand. One love. God bless. Keep looking to the questions
up.
life, because eventually you'll find the answers, man. For real.
Yeah, and sometimes the answers will take you somewhere where you don't want to go, but you have to. You have to go there. We have to. So here's what we're going to do. Next Friday, I'm putting this all on Monica. Monica.
No, you're not.
Yes.
No.
You need to come with the heat. Come with some fire.
Why do I gotta come with all this stuff? I'm
High
recruiting
octane
people.
Monica. We want to see ghetto hood, high octane Monica.
all night long.
You
All
don't
Yeah.
have to
night.
get 'em
Coming
like
in like Pryor on fire. No longer half the hot wire. I'm a hunt for hire with no plans to retire. Like sucker MCs can't call me sire.
Suck
My
it.
backpacks got jets.
Boba Fett.
Yeah, right. MC
Oh,
Chris,
dude, you
right?
know MC
Cruising
Chris,
on Best
dude.
Buy. I'm not DeLorean. Oh.
Yeah, he's actually playing it.
War's
Come and
over. I'm a
take-
piece of Mandalorian.
He's actually planning to come and take it in like 10 days.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's gonna come and take it on.
That's my
I
boy,
think
man. I like
June
MC Chris.
20th. Yeah, MC
Yeah.
Chris is a shit.
Yeah.
I might see you there, bro.
Bounty hunt for Jabba Hut. Yeah, this is awesome, dude. To finance my vet.
I opened for him at the Gathering one year. It was awesome.
So, the thing with the song with Lyle's coming along too. So that's cool. We sent him the lyrics today, and I think he likes it. And so we're going to have him sing the sequel to Drink with the Living Dead. 55 million downloads, can't be wrong. Like that song has paid dividends for Lyle. I was in his house and I was like, that paid for this house, didn't it?
Right.
Lyle's got that voice though. Right? He's going to kill it, I can tell you. And then at the same time, we got Ken doing one. And then I'm going to talk to Barton, hopefully Letitia. I flipped it out there last night, and have him do a song for us. And so each one of them will come on and sing, and it'll be on our label.
I'm down.
So-
I'll do one.
So I had a guy who's one of my distributors, and I talked to him about making a CD just so, because we're going to do the conference. If we don't do it this year, we're not going to do it this year, but we're going to do it next year, right? And so I thought about it, and I said, we got to make a CD for the conference. He goes, you don't want to do that. He's like the second person that's told me that in a week. And I said, look, I only want to do it because most of my listeners are older Gen Xers to boomers. So they want a CD so you can sign it. And you can put like 10 tracks on there and nobody even plays CDs anymore. I know. But then you have something to sign. Or we can make them into records. We can make a record, and sign it, whatever. What am I doing? I'm not going to sign. Nellie's going to be she's the one that made it, did it, whatever.
Dude, I got mad connections on that. So, yeah, hit me up. Let me know.
Yeah. And Joe, if you think you can sing,
I
Let's
can
see
rap.
let's
I'm
see
not a
what you
singer,
got.
but I'm a
I
rapper.
don't know if I can make a rap song out of something paranormal, but maybe you can make up.
Dude, I got one I'm working on about to do with the Rougaroo. Yeah.
What you could do is like a chupacabra one, because we were thinking about making one chupacabra, and it would be cool to do a rap one. Because I already had a diss track out that I was going to do, and we pulled it back because it was just, I was like, I don't want to give these people that much oxygen. Make a diss track, because then you're just giving them energy. They're going to be like, he made a song about me. They're all happy about it,
No, I got one already.
Did I touch myself? Like, sure you do.
I already got one halfway written. It's once was a dude with a Rougaroo. He used to hang out with the moonlight in the voodoo. Like that kind of shit. But yeah,
If you mess with him, it eats you. Don't make him turn you into boo boo, right?
Yeah, right.
Poo poo.
But no,
Something like that, right?
Yeah, I'll fucks with it.
How good are you at freestyle? Can you freestyle?
Freestyle? I haven't freestyled in like 20. Well, nah, I wouldn't say that. About 10 years.
You gotta have that fast
but I'm
brain
good
to
at
freestyle.
yeah. All you gotta do is think two verses in front of yourself. It's not a big deal.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of hard though. You got to really.
It is, but once you get used to it, then it's very easy. It just flows.
You get used to not having any embarrassment. That's what you got to do, is not give a shit, not get embarrassed.
Yeah, and just knowing a lot of rhyme words.
Fortune favors the bold.
Right. So
I got up there and I free flowed one time at the club, and everybody was like, "Oh, that was dope," and I just thought up some shit. It was like,
Dude, yeah, I used to freestyle battle out in Houston, Texas, and
down in H-Town.
Yeah, out in H-Town, out in the warehouse district, and that's like if you watch 8 Mile and shit. That's like that same kind of shit. Everyone's like, "Damn!"
Did you ever go to the east side of Houston?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You ever go to a club called Drillers?
Drillers? Yeah, I know Drillers.
Drillers, man. It was a cool place, but there were always a brawl in there. Every time I went in there,
Yeah.
They had a
Yeah.
rap battle in there. I wanted to go see. My friend was in there, and of course there was a big, huge brawl, and they were stabbing. Some guy was literally on his motorcycle, and me and Scorpio were walking by him, and some other dude started stabbing him, and the blood went like that, and I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I literally, we both moved out of the way to keep from getting this dude's blood on us, dude.
Yeah.
This
Now
dude
we used to
stabbed the shit out of a guy right there, and I'm like, "Good God, you can't have anything."
do freestyle battles out there on like Walters, Fat Cats, all those spots. You used to get but that's a story for another time. We'll pull it on.
Man, I've hung out all over Houston, all over Dallas, San Antonio. I mean, I've been all over Texas and hung out in California too. I got friends all over this country, man. But I've never been to the Northeast, and I've been to other continents. But never been to the Northeast. All right, Monica looks like she's extremely tired. You get to sleep in tomorrow, though, right, Monica?
Yes. Till like 9 o'clock.
Oh, I was gonna say that's like me. I got to get up early. I'm like, dude, I gotta. Man, I was like, I'm just. Oh yes, I get.
It's how I feel.
So Abe, I guess I won the ball. That ball.
Brother Judge Turner had me up all night. I don't know. I woke up like this.
He's got a guy named Joe. Is it Joe Hops or Joe Hoops? Joe Hops, that's right.
Hops.
And he sells these crystals and different things. And I
Yes.
got this ball like thing.
Crystal Moon.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that. That's really cool. I'm gonna show.
Did he contact you?
He did, and I
Yes.
paid him. So I'm gonna show everybody on the show when it comes in.
Awesome.
All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to everybody that donated. I appreciate it, everybody. We really appreciate everything y'all have done for us. And I'm gonna say goodnight, Joe. I'm gonna let you go. And then Abe, I'm gonna let you go. And then Monica. Say goodnight, Monica.
Good night, Monica.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so no bull crap. Next Friday, you need to come prepared with something to entertain the guests. The audience needs to
No.
Yes,
No.
we have to. They're always saying that you don't get to talk, so we got to prove them
I am
wrong.
fine with that. Now, I'm not going to be bullied into doing something that I'm not comfortable with.
See, that's the thing. Tell the audience, say, look,
I
I
just
don't
did.
care. Yeah, just tell them I'm not going to do this shit. I don't want to have to do
Yeah, I
this.
mean, I'll talk when I'm ready. How does that sound?
Good grief, lady. Okay, so are you still doing the show those on Thursdays?
Yeah, I just didn't do it last night.
Okay. Is that because Tex was going to the conference?
No, I wasn't feeling great last night.
You just weren't feeling it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, like I said, Monica will be here next week to entertain you with stories. She's going to get them all together and bring them on, and she's going to entertain all of us, folks. Get ready.
Oh, yeah,
It's
get
gonna
ready.
It's going to be epic. It's going to be great. All right. I'll see you.
Bye.
Good night. All right. So, folks, thank you for tuning in to Paranormal Roundtable. And we just, tonight we just cut loose. We talked about all kinds of stuff. Thank you so much, and good night.